Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and greetings to all ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Siti Aisyah, your Master of Ceremony for today's seminar. Welcome to the second BioNanotechnology Research Seminar, BioNanoSem 2021. As we wait for the ceremony to commence, there are announcements we would like to address. Firstly, ensure a stable internet connection throughout the session. And second, please adhere to the timetable session given. Thank you for your attention. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and greetings to Associate Professor TSCHM Dr. Nik Ahmad Nizam Nik Malik, the Director of Center of Sustainable Nanomaterials, CSNano 2021 UTM, Dr. Juan Matmin as the Program Director, Dr. Muhammad Zulhilmi Maizan as the Deputy Director, honorable speakers, lecturers, distinguished guests and participants. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to extend our heartfelt welcome to the second BioNanotechnology Research Seminar 2021 organized by the Center of Sustainable Nanomaterials UTM. Let's begin our seminar with the dua recitation. Al-Fatiha.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين.
Amin ya Rabbal Alameen. Ladies and gentlemen, the pandemic of COVID-19 has made us adapted to the ever-changing world. With the help of the technology, everything can be done. For your information, this is the second BioNanoSem 2021, which this time it is conducted entirely online. The primary purpose of this BioNanoSem is to learn from different fields and angles because the bionanotechnology field itself involves a multi- and trans-disciplinary research. Although it is conducted online, it does not hinder the full participation of researchers and students from all over. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like to invite Associate Professor TSCHM Dr. Nik Ahmad Nizam Nik Malik as the Director of Center of Sustainable Nanomaterials, CSNano 2021 UTM, to deliver his opening remarks. Please welcome. Doctor, your mic is mute.
Right.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
And salam sejahtera everyone. Thanks to the MC for today's event, Ms. Aisyah. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin. Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Yang berusaha Director of the Program, Dr. Juan Makmin, who is also Research Group Leader for Green Chemistry Research Group, UTM. Yang berusaha Deputy Director for the Scientific of BioNanoSem 2021, Dr. Muhammad Zulhilmi, who is also Research Group Leader of Ceramic and Amorphous Group, UTHM. Yang berusaha Deputy Director Scientific 2, Associate Professor CSHM Dr. Hanis Muhammad Yusof, from ANOMA or Advanced Nanomaterial Research Group UMT, yang berusaha Deputy Director Technical Dr. Muhammad Farizal Kamarudin from Department of Biosciences, Faculty of Science UTM, and yang berusaha Mr. Muhammad Haris Asraf as a Head of Student Committee for this BioNanoSem. and all of the organizing committee and secretariat of BioNanoSem 2021, and all of the participants of this second Bio-Nanotechnology Research Seminar 2021, or in short we call it as BioNanoSem 2021. Alhamdulillah, in the name of Allah the Almighty, I'm very grateful to Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala for giving us the opportunity to conduct this event. Welcome every participants to this BioNanoSem 2021, and thanks for your participation and also your cooperation. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, okay, based on nanowork.com, the bio-nanotechnology is the application of nanotechnologies in biological fields. Okay, chemists, physicists, and biologists each view nanotechnology as a branch of their own subject, and collaboration in which they each contribute equally are common. So in other additional definition, bio-nanotechnology is the combination of biology, or bio is referred to the living things, and also nanotechnology. So it can also be considered as an application of nanotechnology in biological fields, such as antibacterial nanomaterial, nanobiomaterial, nanomedicine, and many more. Okay, last year, CSNano, or Center for Sustainable Nanomaterials, UTM, organized BioNanoSem 2021 as a platform for progress presentation by the researchers in each project of trans-disciplinary research program, or UTM TDR. So the big program, the title for the big program is Antibacterial Wound Healing Application of Bio-Inspired Green Silver Nanoparticles. So the purpose of this program is to develop green silver nanoparticles, where we synthesize it using biological resources, especially plant, for the application as antibacterial wound healing agent. So there are actually 5 projects under this program, and I am the program leader of this program. And through this BioNanoSem last year, my students from biosciences field learn from chemistry field, and other chemistry students learn from biology expert. Because in the program itself, we have 5 projects with different fields, bioscience and also chemistry, and one more project is on the halal science. So from this BioNanoSem, we are exchanging our knowledge, findings, and thoughts, and we improve our research output. So because of the successful event last year, and we achieved the event objective and many benefits that we obtained. Okay, so we perform this BioNanoSem again with a larger participants involving other research groups from UTM and also from other institutions. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, for this year, BioNanoSem 2021 is organized by CSNano, okay, Center for Sustainable Nanomaterials, UTM, which is one of the research center in UTM under Ibn Sina Institute for Scientific and Industrial Research. And this year we have a collaboration with Ceramic and Amorphous Group, or in short we call it CerAm, CERAM, UTHM, from UTHM, and Green Chemistry Research Group, GChem, from Faculty of Science, UTM. So on behalf of CSNano UTMs, I would like to express thanks to these 2 groups, okay, CerAm and also GChem, for your cooperation and your collaboration in organizing this event. Okay, actually the primary purpose of BioNanoSem is to learn from different fields and angles, because the bionanotechnology itself involving multi and also transdisciplinary fields. So for this BioNanoSem, Alhamdulillah, okay, we have 5 categories, which are 6 we have 6 keynote speakers, okay, 4 invited speakers, 5 oral presentation, 4 video presentation, and 4 poster presentation. So actually, we want to do this seminar by hybrid method. So before this, we discuss and want to come up with a hybrid method, which is face-to-face and also online platform. But because of this MCO and also COVID-19 situation, so we are doing it fully online, especially using FB group and also live in the FB group. So I really hope that we can maintain this FB group and then we can share our information together. Maybe in the future, you are working in the bionanotechnology fields. So we also have students here who will graduate in the future in the field of bionanotechnology. And you already have the fundamental knowledge from this program. And furthermore, this bionanotechnology research seminar can also increase our networking in our research fields. Most of us are young researchers, and we have seen that the bionanotechnology field is rising nowadays, and you all can pioneer this field in our country, and we can have our good network together. Okay, before I end this speech, I want to tell you a little bit about CSNano. So it is a short name for Center for Sustainable Nanomaterials. It is a research center under Ibn Sina Institute for Scientific and Industrial Research, UTM. We have 5 fellow members and 6 associate members working on, but actually not limited to nanomaterials. All of us are from Faculty of Science, UTM, with different department, and we have Department Bioscience. We have researcher from Department Bioscience, which is me. They are from Department of Chemistry, Department of Physics, but actually majority of the members are from Chemistry department. And actually we have instruments and facility for nanomaterial research activities, such as SRD, FTIR, VSEM, TEM, and SEM. However, because of the problem with our building related to safety issue, so we cannot conduct this activity. However, based on the name of CSNano itself, which is Sustainable Nanomaterial, our research from the fellow and associate members are related to development of nanomaterials for various aspects and also application. So that's why bionanotechnology is one of the main field in this CSNano, because as we know that the word sustainability also related to biotechnology or biology. So on behalf of CSNano, I would like to thank to the Ceramic and Amorphous Group from UTHM and Green Chemistry Research Group from UTM for this collaboration, and to all committee members for your support and assisting this event. So may this event benefits all of us with knowledge and information. So let's enjoy this event today. I open this BioNanoSem 2021. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Doctor, for the warm welcoming speech. Ladies and gentlemen, for this morning's session, we will start our first slot for Keynote Speaker 1. All honorable keynote speakers are given 25 minutes for sharing and 5 minutes for Q&A session. I would like to invite our first speaker, Dr. Juan Madmin, to give his sharing. But before that, allow me to introduce our first speaker. Dr. Juan's research focused primarily on nanomaterials from polymer engineering and advanced materials. The research on polymer engineering highlighted the design of functional molecules based on supramolecular chemistry, in example, self-assembled molecules, conducting organogels, donor acceptor, for crucial applications in optoelectronic devices, biomaterials, and chemosensors. His advanced materials work tackle the green synthesis of nanocatalysts, which received peer review in high-impact journals. He is currently the head of the Green Chemistry Research Group under the Resource Sustainability Alliance. His title for today is biotemplated synthesis of selected nanostructured minerals using starch. Please welcome.
Assalamualaikum and a very good morning. Hello everybody.
Waalaikumsalam.
I hope
Hello,
everything
Doctor.
is clear. And thank you for the
Yes, clear.
warming introduction. Thank you to the MC for the warming introduction. And I hope everybody is fine today. I would like to congratulate the Secretariat for organizing the second BioNanoTechnology seminar. Especially to the advisors, Associate Professor Technologist Chemist Dr. Nick Ahmad Nizam, the deputy directors, Dr. Muhammad Zulfani Maizan from CerAm UTHM. Thank you for the collaboration. Deputy Director 2 for the scientifics from Anoma UMT, our Associate Professor Chemist Dr. Hanis Mat Yusof, Deputy Director 3, Dr. M. Muhammad Farizal Kamaluddin, and all the secretaries. Please allow me to share my speech for today. Okay, I hope you can see my slide. Okay, I will be discussing on the issues of biotemplated synthesis of selected nanostructured mineral using starch. Okay, this is actually a combination of two works that been combined together, and this is actually going to be discussed today.
Dr. Juan, can you hear me?
Energy will never be enough. That is the issues of our current studies in global. Okay, this is because
Dr. Juan, can
energy
you hear
is
me?
currently
This one
being
is not full
dependent
screen.
by the use of fossil fuels. Okay, that's why this is going to give you an impact in environment. Okay, there will be carbon dioxide greenhouse effects. Okay, that tremendously affect our human health. Okay. This is not only going to be bad to the environment, but in the end, we are going to see that the energy going to rise and rise again, despite that the sources that going to be depleted. This going to see our issues of global warming, and we are going to see also the high energy consumption, which is actually not good for our tree.
Sorry for the inconvenience to all audience. We would like to waiting for a few minutes for Dr. Juan settle up his technical problems. We will try to reconnect with him. Please bear with us for a moment. Thank you.
We will try to reconnect with him. Please bear with us for a moment.
Dr. Juan, are you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. Sorry, but
We will try to reconnect with you.
Doctor, sorry for the noise.
okay.
The sound is doubling.
Okay, everything is clear now.
Yes.
All right. So allow me to represent my slide then.
Okay, doctor. Maybe you may try your slide first because the previous slide is not full screen.
Yep, yep.
You may use share entire screen to share your slide.
Entire screen.
Yeah. Then go to the slide and the full screen. Okay, we already can see your slide. Okay, you may continue, doctor.
Okay. As I mentioned, I would like to address on the issues of biotemperature synthesis of selected nanostructured mineral using starch. Okay. This is because when we talk about energy, it is highly dependent on the fuel fossil-based material, which is going to give you a bad impact, especially in the global warming and high energy consumption. If you can see that there is a high greenhouse gas effect in the year 2000 by country, and take note that this actually affecting yearly by yearly, and in the end we are going to see that the fossil fuel going to deplete, and this leads to the high energy consumption. That's why in UTM we have established our green chemistry research groups in September 2009, where this is actually a bunch of people who are looking at a new perspective of developing our material based on the green, what we call as a green initiative that is going to combine any development that is actually environmentally safe based on any chemical various reactions and processes that will not endanger our environment. Okay, this research group is currently led by me. Okay, and these are the wonderful people behind our green chemistry group. We have Dr. Afik, we have Dr. Salwan, the newly joined our Dr. Hamdi, our Dr. Shilas, okay, Dr. Susina, Dr. Siti Amina, and Dr. Fazira of different expertise, which we sit together in a group with the main objective to develop material that is environment safe using a green chemistry approach. As for today's topics, uh, I would like to highlight everybody, their audience, to what is actually nanostructured material. When we talk about nanostructured material, we are talking about a size of 1 to 100 nanometers. These material are good because they are high specific surface area, and their advanced technology lead to different dimensional morphologies. Okay, we have zero-dimensional material of a core-shaped cells. We also have a one-dimensional carbon nanotubes. We also have a two-dimensional layered material of a graphene base, and also things that use mostly in the catalyst, such as mesoporous composites or macroporous composites. When we talk about mineral, okay, there are only limited numbers of mineral that is currently being nanostructured, okay, widely used, especially this material is only developed.
Ladies and gentlemen, we apologize for the technical error just now. A reminder to all speakers and presenters, please make sure your internet connection is okay. We will try to reconnect back with Dr. Juan. Thank you. And please bear with us for a moment. Dr. Juan, are you okay?
Okay, not sure what happened. Okay, let me continue with the presentation.
Okay, you may share your slides. Dr.
Can
Juan,
you see my slide?
for kindly remind you, your time, uh, your time already left for 10 minutes. You only.
Okay, I think everybody can see my slide now.
Yes.
Right, for 10 minutes, okay, let me continue with this templated synthesis method, okay. So there are several types of templated synthesis method, which are known as hard template and soft template, which these materials are having disadvantages of harmful and have the high energy consumption as well. This is because it's given an environmental impact because these conventional synthesis are in the end going to be dumped in the as a waste and then as a contaminants, right? So therefore, there is the needs of a green approach where there is need of a new potential candidate for bioresources that is going to be used as a template. So we coin the terms as starch templated synthesis because this material is actually having a green renewable bioresources and it can be manipulated just with the gelatination process with water. Okay, so starch exists as a granule which different size and shape, and it's going to have a ability to be manipulated with the water. And we have a semi-crystallinity of our starch, and therefore this approach going to be established a new green synthetic procedure, which is going to have a possibility to prepare a new type.
Dr. Juan, are you okay? Is your internet connection is okay? Dr. Juan, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you, but I'm not sure why the internet is such a mess today.
It's okay. Okay, we can see your slide. You may continue.
Okay, so we have done several analyses, especially on to identify our structure there using the XRD. Okay, so we have confirmed the structures as hematite, silicate, and kaolinite. We also confirm this material using FDIR analysis. We have a different micrograph image for this material. We can see that the hematite is more ordered as a spherical shaped nanoparticles. This was also supported by the TEM, and we also conducted a piezo section measurement to see whether this material is having a porosity. So in this case, we define the material based on different type of mesoporosity and microporosity. So we have the hematite as a mesoporous, and the silicate and the kaolinite as a the silicate is as a microporous, while the kaolinite is as a mesoporous material. So we conducted also a molecular interaction analysis to further understand how this starch can actually be manipulated, and we found that there is a certain water polymer interaction, especially when there is a hydrogen bonding interaction. So this can be seen by the molecular charges difference based on amylase structures, the simplest structures in starch, and we also conducted more simulation, and we found that the granular shape, as mentioned earlier, can be penetrated by the presence of water. We also proposed several possible mechanisms that is that is supporting the starch templated synthesis. These are difference between each minerals, where we found that certain condition required you to manipulate the gelatination process in order to blend with the resources. So this is what we call as the starch templated synthesis, where our main findings supported that this material can be synthesized using a starch templated method, and there are different nanostructured material can be synthesis using this newly known as a starch templated synthesis. So a new perspective been light based on these findings, where we are going to explore this material using either going to be facilitated in the catalyst, or in the end, perhaps this newly found methods is suitable for any nanostructured minerals. Okay, this led us to publish our findings in reputable high impact journals, and I would like to acknowledge several grants being awarded in completing this research. Right. With that, I would like to say thank you, and sorry for any for the inconvenience. I'm not sure what happened with my internet. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Juan. It's okay. Okay, thank you, Doctor, for the fruitful sharing. So right now, we will move on to the Q&A session for 5 minutes.
Okay, I think there's a question on what kind of starch is
Okay, Dr.
used.
Juan, there is one question from Facebook. Yes.
Okay, so in general, starch is almost in similar, where there is the content is 70% amylose, I think 30% of amylose. In my particular cases, we try several type of starch, where the main difference is actually only on the granular structures, the how it's organized as a granule. Okay, we tried several starch such as rice starch. We also tried potato starch and maize starch, just to compare what happened to the templated synthesis, which in the end it stood up on how we manipulate the synthesis method is going to be more important rather than the source origins of this starchy stuff. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor, for the response and the answer. Okay. Next, we will proceed with our second keynote speaker for today. Let me introduce you to our next keynote speaker, which is one of our collaborators from UTHM, Dr. Muhammad Zulhelmi Maizan joined UTHM in 2018 and currently working under the Department of Physics and Chemistry, Faculty of Applied Science and Technology. He is the appointed head of the CerAm research group and is responsible for managing 40 laboratories for internal and external users. His current research focuses on transforming Mua West oysters shells into valuable engineering products and identifying the best strategy to optimize the utilization of calcium minerals from waste materials for local industries. His title for today is Potential of Microwave Processing Method for Synthesizing Calcium Hydroxyapatite from Treated Mua West Oyster Shells. You will have 25 minutes for sharing and 5 minutes for Q&A session. Please welcome.
Introduction. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So today I'm going to bring in the subject that I hate, and we really didn't have much successful on doing research in this area of study. The thing is, microwave to me is very special. Um, It is a good method for processing, but the problem is the issue that we suffer is from controlling the energy and how to couple the energy with the sample. So today my title is that, and then I'm bringing someone as with me, which is my co-researcher, Dr. Suhade, Famiruddin, and also our uh, mentor, Associate Professor Muhammad Arif Agam. And we are all under one focus group, which is very small. And we coined our focus group name as CerAm. Yeah? In Malay, that means caring. So we are very grateful. We are proud to join BioNanoSem, although we are small. Ignore me up there. And here, down here, is 5 senior researcher that build up the team. First left is Associate Dr. Zakino, Deputy Dean of Diploma Study. Second one is Dr. Arif. He is now appointed as Director of Student Development. Dr. Famiruddin, our Head of Department, Dr. Suhade as our Deputy Dean, and last one, our new member, Dr. Saliza. She's working on polymer chemistry, which is much more closer to all of you guys. So the thing is, my background in preparing glass from waste, to be specific, from nuclear waste, because there is not popular subject in Malaysia. So, I'm playing around changing my subject to waste material only. So, to be honest, we are different research area, but I believe we can share something at a lower level, such as characterization method and something like that. And we also have all that new equipment at our campus, Piper. So the background of the study, why I'm visiting back to microwave method. Yes, I published one impact factor journal in 2014, but that one is about preparing glass and try to encapsulate nuclear waste in glass structure. But because of the passion that I have, and then the eagerness to use this method for producing any other materials rather than glass. So I come up with this and try to make hydroxyapatite from our local waste and combine it with pure material, which is ammonium dihydrogen phosphate. So why microwave is very interesting, and why I'm interested to use this method again, because this method offer clean, economical, and the best thing that we got from this method is the heating, the rapid heating properties. We can run the temperature up to maximum in very short time, usually below 10 minutes, but to make it stable, you need to further the heating until 20 minutes radiation. Another thing is the homogeneity of the heating is very much better than the conventional method. Using microwave, you will generate heat from the molecular level. So this generate volumetric heating, and it's very homogeneous, and the product will result much less secondary phases, something like that. And the setup is very simple, cheap, and it's easy to find. You don't need to spend much money to set up experiment. You don't need to put much money to buy materials because of using the waste. So the key requirements that we need to understand is the microwave that enable for heating materials only lies at a small window of frequency, 900 megahertz to 2.45 gigahertz. When we consider domestic microwave, so we don't have choice. We only use 2.45 gigahertz, which is the resonant frequency of water molecule. So we really need to use this. Use this frequency to enable the heating. And using the domestic microwave, what we need to do, or what someone that using microwave need to do, is to adjust the volume of the sample. The volume of the sample must not exceed the area of hotspot or the area of microwave absorbing spot. And lastly, the most important part is the selecting the absorber material. Although we have three combination of materials, transmitter and reflector, transmitter will not do much with increasing temperature. Another one is reflector. Reflector is only reflect the wave. There is no interaction or heating resulted from the bombardment of the wave. So in this case, absorber material is very important. Usually absorber material is from transition metal materials. For example, magnetite, combination of iron 2 and iron 3. And in our case today, we use the ammonium dihydrogen phosphate. The reason is ammonium dihydrogen phosphate has less melting temperature. So in our part, anything that become ionic state is good for us, because ionic states have charge, and this charge will interact with the microwave very well, and from there the heat will be built up very rapidly. So next one, other than ammonium dihydrogen phosphate, there is also other material that can be used as a good microwave absorber. For example, molybdenum, tungsten, zinc, and these all type of element is being used in nanostructure study, and you can take this thing as advantage to optimize the processing technique of the sample. Usually microwave will give you much more better result than conventional method. The image on my right side is the glass that we obtained from microwave processing methods. The top one only 8 minutes, and the bottom one only required 20 minutes to give us full amorphous structure of glass. So the theory, again, we go deeper to the theory. So why microwave is much more better than thermal heating in general? The heat really being generated at the molecular level, And now the mechanism is quite backward than the conventional method. In conventional method, the thermal from the induction coil will transfer to our sample. But now, in microwave, the resonant effect will vibrate the molecule much more faster, and this then generate energy and will translate to heat very rapidly. And anything that become ionic, it will further alternate with the electric field, and this thing will work on until the maximum temperature in very less time, very rapid. So you can see in that microwave that temperature is about 900 degrees C. Look at the time over there. It's only 5 minutes. So from here, the advantage of using microwave is, you save energy, you generate heating that is very homogeneous, volumetric heating, and then from there, you save your pocket money, your research money, and you don't need to spend more on preparing things, something like that. And now, why local oyster shell? Because this thing began in 2019, the project with the Muar state government. It's all about edutourism, and my background is glass science, and I don't have any background in the tourism. So what I offer to them is to use the oyster shell to make something that valuable, that have high aesthetic value, and this thing can be marketed on the specific people. For example, now we are successful on making hydroxyapatite from this oyster shell. You imagine that someone using toothpaste from our own local oyster shell from Muar, that thing create aesthetic value. Although the market is not for all, but this thing is, will help the tourism of state government in Muar. When we look at the oyster shell, of course, we know that oyster shell rich with calcium minerals, and we can make many things from that. But the issue we had is the volume of oyster shell is not many. It's not like typical general waste. Yes, we can turn that oyster shell to bricks, to tiles, or even glass, but the volume to product ratio in industry is not very well received. So that's why we try to go higher in value of product. We try to focus on hydroxyapatite for dentistry application. For example, maybe toothpaste or artificial teeth, something like that. And what we understand so far from our own oyster shell, we already do thermal heating. And the reason is to purify the waste for only have calcium content. So we learn here, our oyster shell have very high calcium mineral. It's about 98% or nearly 100% at higher temperature. And the contamination here it's negligible. You can see that element, aggressive element, active element like chlorine is almost nothing at high temperature. And we also learn that calcium carbonate, calcium mineral in oyster shell behave similar to other calcium mineral. So at 700, we can retain the calcite phase. Above that, we have combination of calcite and calcium oxide, which is not preferable in the medical application. I understand that calcium oxide is toxic when you try to use as an implant or something like that. So we also study the microstructure of the oyster shell. And again, this thing reflect our XRD data very well. And we also measure the powder density and the the density show very good result for our application. So that is about our oyster shell properties. And now we try to develop hydroxyapatite from this chemical formula. We try to combine, to mix ammonium dihydrogen phosphate with our calcium carbonate, which is really the oyster shell that being thermal treatment at 700 degrees C. And then we mix it, we press it into pellet, and then we try to use the microwave as the heating method. So far, what we discover is the issue is when we try to follow the stoichiometric ratio of hydroxyapatite. The issue is not all material being transformed to hydroxyapatite. In specific is we discover a lot more secondary phase. So what we do right now is try to increase the absorbing materials in our composition, and then hopefully we will get much more successful result from that. So the challenge of using microwave method in our research is that we probably cannot get a stoichiometric ratio similar to the equation, but we will look at that area again and try to improve it. And another issue is our sample volume and complication of the size of porosity. We cannot control that. And the maximum temperature yes, being controlled by the absorber materials. Sorry. And another issue is aggressive heating. Again, impossible to control. And the cooling of the sample is also difficult to control. We try to propose using hybrid method, but we're still working on that issue. So I think that's it for my presentation. I hope you understand, because we are at different background, and hopefully the listener understand what I speak just now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zuhelmi, for the sharing. So right now we will move on to the Q&A session for 5 minutes. Doctor, there is a question from Facebook. May I read for you? Dr. Zul, in your knowledge of glass, how is the research in glass able to help our tourism?
Okay, right. We can say like this. You know what? Many people now has been lied by the technology. We take jewelries industry. To be honest, you guys wearing glass more than wearing precious stone. They call it emerald, but it's not emerald, it's glass. Even you guys buying heated stone, and they call it natural color emerald, something like that. So again, because of the aesthetic value that increased the price, we can use oyster shell, or even we can use our ancient glass to make jewelries. And this thing will create income. Also, you know, silica from different historical place. For example, Malacca. You can take sand from there, and then you can turn it into glass, and then you can market it. This is glass being made from sand in Malacca, very historical place. And then when you connect with the history, you to be honest, you increase the price of that material, and this thing will help the industry, especially in tourism.
Is it, Doctor? Is the
Yes, I
answer
think,
is speedy? Hmm.
yes, I'm
Doctor,
looking
there
for the
is.
second question, really.
Yeah. So the second question is, may I know what is the morphology of this synthesis hydroxyapatite?
Um, I couldn't answer that yet because we only work with the phase right now. We're not going over there yet. But if you're interested, you can follow me, and I will share it probably when we got time to the lab again. And our, I can say that our aim is to get similar hydroxyapatite structure, similar like people that make hydroxyapatite from pure materials. That is our target.
Is that all, Doctor?
Any other questions?
Mm,
And I need
no.
another 1 minute.
Yes, you can.
Okay, then. So again, we can't thank enough BioSem 2021 inviting us to present at your platform. We're very grateful, we're very proud, and we hope we can extend our relationship in the future. And I'm also bringing with me 40 labs behind me. The image is for your for the example. We got a lot of high equipment, and we need to generate something from this equipment. So I'm welcome to all participants, to all viewers out there. I know we are suffered from COVID-19. Many people cannot go to the lab. So
Yes, yes.
the offer that I might giving you is send your sample to us, and we will run your sample. Don't worry about money. We can discuss about it. And
Oh,
the characterization that close to me is XRD, FTIR, and SEM. Also pignometer. So if you want that data, you can send me a sample, and then I will do the analysis probably for about 1 week or less, something like that. So it's easy, and this is opportunity to student and staff to optimize equipment from the government, and we are happy to help you guys at Pago. So hopefully you all got that message, and I'm waiting for the sample. Thank you.
okay. Thank you, Doctor, for your wonderful sharing and your response. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will have a short break for 15 minutes. Please do visit our Facebook group for BioNanoSem2021 to have a look at our posters. And participants may comment or ask questions in the respective poster post. Stay tuned for our next agenda. See you at 10 a.m. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue our session in a moment. Please be ready. A reminder to all speakers and presenters, please make sure your internet connection is okay. Thank you. Now we will move on to our third keynote speaker for today. Just a soft reminder, you will have 25 minutes for sharing and 5 minutes for Q&A session. Let me introduce you to our third keynote speaker from University Malaysia Terengganu, Associate Professor CHM Dr. Hanis Muhammad Yusof is a professional chemist and a lecturer at the Faculty of Science and Marine Environment UMT. Her research area involves the green synthesis of nanomaterials, magnesium oxide, zinc oxide, silver nanoparticles with antibacterial properties and their application as catalysts and anode materials in a battery application. Her current involvement as a project leader in UMT Talent and Publication Enhancement Research Grant entitled Green Synthesis of Zinc Oxide Nanoparticles Using Mariposa Christia Vespertilionis Leaves Extract. Its morphology effect as anode material in sodium-ion battery. Her title for today is Green Synthesis of Metal and Metal Oxide Nanoparticles using Mariposa Christia Vespertilionis leaf extracts. Please welcome Dr.
Okay, Assalamualaikum and a very good day. Thank you so much, the
Waalaikumsalam.
lovely MC, for the introduction. So I will just continue the session today with my presentation titled Green Synthesis of Metal Oxide Nanoparticles Using Mariposa Christia Vespertilionis Leaves Extract. So I am Hanis Muhammad Yusof from Faculty of Science and Marine Environment, University Malaysia Terengganu. So without further ado, I proceed to the outline of my talk today. Will be a little bit about my background since I am new to this committee, and then a short introduction, and I will discuss the silver nanoparticles, magnesium oxide nanoparticles, and zinc oxide nanoparticles. So if I still have time towards the end, I will briefly introduce about ANOMA for future collaboration. Of course, for me, I think this is like a preliminary. There are still so much things to improve. So I'm really looking forward for fruitful comments and suggestions. Okay, so for my background education, so I received my degree from UTHM in 2003, and during final year project, I studied photodegradation of organic dye using titanium dioxide, and I continue my master in the same university, focusing on high surface area magnesium oxide, and later I proceed my PhD study in Tokyo University. So it's the similar as PhD, but in the scroll they use Doctor of Science. So my study was about protein adsorption on modified surfaces. Studied using scanning tunneling microscopy and time correlated single photon counting. And my background career, I joined UMT in 2007, basically teaching chemical sciences students, and then 2009 I furthered my PhD study, and back in 2013 to teaching and research in Faculty of Science and Marine Environment UMT. So this is one of my memory in Japan. At second year of PhD study, I'm the only female student in the research group. So this is my supervisor here. There are only 3 international students from Pakistan and Egypt. All right, so let's move on to introduction. So this is very well known that all of you, I'm sure, is aware that nanoparticles can be prepared in various shape and sizes, such as thin film, nanorods, nanotubes, nanowires, and so on. And among the common nanoparticles that are widely studied are for metals such as silver, gold, platinum, and for metal oxide nanoparticles, The most common one are magnesium oxide, zinc oxide, copper oxide, titanium dioxide, and so on. Why researchers are interested in these particles? Because its various application, it has a very wide application in chemical, biological, and also the physical, and we can also tune to its size and shape. So talking about synthesizing nanoparticles, there are top-down approach and bottom-up approach. But nowadays, this green synthesis has been extensively explored, yeah, and have been the interest of researchers nowadays. This is because they have a lot of benefits, and it has a high impact towards social, economical, and also environmental. Uh, the table here shows the common chemicals that is used for chemical synthesis, such as sodium citrate, sodium borohydrate, and so on. Of course, the main advantage is we can tune to define size, dimension, composition, and structure. However, this chemical synthesis is cost effective, and it may cause sorry so it may cause health problem if we inhale it, and it might cause pollution towards air and water as well. So the alternative way is by green synthesis, okay, because it is from natural source, cheaper, and then it is faster, just a single step process, and it is eco-friendly with simple parameters that you can play around. And this diagram shows the difference of chemical synthesis and green synthesis, where the stabilizing agent or reducing agent in this chemical synthesis is replaced by plants in the green synthesis. And these are the common parts of plants that are used in previous study, but in our study we just focus on leaves. Okay, plants are known to have these phytochemical properties, which can act as reducing and stabilizing or capping agent. Okay, and from literature, these are among the chemicals or compounds that can be found in plants, such as flavonoids, phenolic, alkaloid, and you can see terpenoid here. And this is the common mechanism. We cannot elucidate the specific compound because in the extract there are mixtures of this. So it is very common in green synthesis that the mechanism is described like this, and towards the end we will obtain the metal nanoparticles or the metal oxide nanoparticles. Okay, so I'm showing you here the previous studies. Very extensive studies have been carried out toward metal nanoparticles, yeah, especially silver, gold, and platinum. So if you can see here, this is from leaves extract from this plant species, and they also reported the size range obtained, very small. But okay, so later I will share the one that from our group. So this is from fruit, flower, bark, followed by the seed. So they fully utilize the parts of the plant, and they have successfully synthesized these metal nanoparticles. Okay, so in our study, we focus on this Mariposa Christia versatilis. So we make it a short form. We just say MCV. Okay, so why it's called Mariposa? Because Mariposa is butterfly. So if you see the leaves here, the shape is similar to the butterfly. Okay, so it is reported as one of the least concerned plants. Yeah, so normally this plant exhibit red and green, and we can see this plant is also used as a plant to decorate the garden, the porch. So in our study we use green mariposa. So red is hard to find, green is easier, and it's easier to plant as well. And there are several studies reported about the properties. Yeah, it has been used to treat certain diseases, but very few studies reported that it has been used to synthesize metal or metal oxide nanoparticles. So the MCV extract is prepared just by using deionized water only. Wash with deionized water and extract with deionized water. And then we obtain the extract. After that, we carry out the phytochemical studies. So for 3 sets, we found that in MCV there are traces of alkaloids, flavonoids, phenolic, and saponin. And using this water extract, it is comparable with the previous study by using specific solvent system. So they found phenol, flavonoid, coumarin, tannins, and glycosides. So the phenol and flavonoid parts is in collaborate. Okay, move on to the first metal nanoparticle, which is silver nanoparticles. So this is the method. We use 10 ml of the extract mixed with the silver nitrate and then incubated. So as you know, it is very common for nanomaterials to have this SPR or surface plasmon resonant properties where the metal vibrates, yeah, and then when light is excited and then at certain angle it will propagate, which is parallel to the metal surface. So we can monitor the silver nanoparticles by these SPR properties. So in our study, by using this MCV, after 24 hours, a peak start to show. Then after about 6 days, yeah, the peak can be seen clearly at 432 nanometer. And we also see the stability is up to 2 months. And we have tried with rambutan peel previously, and the stability is only about 10 days only. However, due to the our characterization or our SEM instrument, the limitation, we cannot obtain a very good image. So I'm very eager to collaborate and get nicer image of our samples. So this is the best image that we can get at 15,000 times magnification, and roughly we estimated is about 20 to 200 nanometer of size range. As for the antibacterial study, we only managed to study towards S. aureus and P. aeruginosa. So these are carried out by final year project student just before the first MCO, the first pandemic, the first MCO. Then a lot of experiments are pending, so we just use what we have only. Yeah. Okay. So there are 2 trials that were managed to be carried out, and then we also compared with chemical synthesized silver nanoparticles. So for the first trial, it seems comparable, even though it's a bit low. But for the second trial, the green synthesized silver nanoparticles exhibits larger inhibition to be compared with the chemical synthesized silver nanoparticles. Okay, so that's all for silver nanoparticles. I will proceed to the next metal oxide magnesium oxide nanoparticles. Okay, so this is the method. Yeah, the precursor or the starting material is magnesium nitrate hydrate, and then with sodium hydroxide, and these are the procedures. And of course, firstly, we monitored using TGA. So it is still not complete because we cannot do DSC yet, even until now. Yeah. And it is important for us to monitor the consistency of the method when dealing with green synthesis. So that's why we synthesize these separately and try to see the TGA whether it is similar or not. Yeah, so it seems like consistent. So we assume that this water loss and then the loss of starting material and other organic residue. So we choose the temperature of calcination after 400, yeah, starting with 400, 600, and 900 degrees Celsius. And then, of course, the next characterization would be FTIR. So this is before calcination and after calcination. And the most important characteristic when you're dealing with a metal oxide is the metal oxide how to say, range here around 400 to 600, and this is due to the adsorbed water molecules. So it's quite common for magnesium oxide nanoparticles. Okay, so these are the band assignments, and followed by XRD. So it is comparable with the commercial and with no other impurities, and we have referred the JCPDS and PDF reference as well. Okay, for the SEM, here are several images, which is before calcine at 400, 600, and 900. So you can see here it is a non-homogeneous, irregular shape. However, as the temperature increase, the shape seems to be smaller, and the lowest that we could get is about 100 nanometers. So it's within the range, even though we cannot get smaller as the previous study. Okay, so we also look at the UVV's properties, and we only managed to do at the 400 degrees Celsius calcine temperature. And the wavelength obtained is at 301 nanometer, which is falls within the range of the specific for magnesium oxide nanoparticles from previous studies. So the range is from 270
Sorry,
to
doctor, to
316. Yeah,
interrupt.
I
I
have how
beg your
many
pardon
minutes left?
for interrupting, but you have another 10 minutes to finish your
Okay,
sharing.
thank you. I will speed up my presentation.
Okay,
Okay,
doctor.
so move on to antibacterial study. Of course, there still need a lot needs to be improved. We just managed to test on SRS and E. coli, and surprisingly, these magnesium oxide nanoparticles only show positive result at these gram-positive bacteria and no inhibition at all at E. coli. Okay, to the last one, zinc oxide nanoparticles. So this was the method used. Then, of course, the main thing is monitor with TGA. So similar pattern, only the plateau here is a bit higher from magnesium oxide. So then the temperature, calcination temperature started at 600 and also 800. So zinc oxide, the adsorbed water molecule is not as obvious as magnesium oxide. Okay, so you can see decrease here. Of course, the important characteristic of metal oxide stretching. Then this is the assignment. And then followed by SRD. So we get pure SRD and comparable with the commercial one. Okay, so for the zinc oxide nanoparticles, the size is slightly smaller, and then we can see quite a big difference as the temperature increases. So it is smaller, and then the lowest one is we can calculate it at 70 nanometers. So I want to do more with this morphology study, especially with FSEM or TEM, but we don't have the facilities here. Okay, and then we also carry out the UVV's properties, and again it falls at the range of the previous study and is comparable, which is from 300 to 400, and we obtain within this range 376 and 378 nanometer. Okay, for this, we have we look at a different application, which is as anode material in lithium, sodium ion battery. Okay, so another one, not lithium, sodium ion battery. So there are still more room to improvise for sodium ion battery, and our study obtained slightly higher than the previous references. Okay, so if you can see the cycle performance here, and then we also have carried out with black tea extract. So MCV extract obtain a little bit higher capacity with to be compared with the black tea extract, and then we also further prove it by carry out galvanostatic charge discharge profiles, and then it is comparable with the cyclability study. Okay, and then to the conclusion and recommendation, of course, there are a lot more need to improve. We plan to do additional characterization such as DLS, EM, BET, DSC for dispersity, histogram, and so on, and to see at other parameters, especially the extract concentration, pH, modify the morphology of the materials. And we also want to elucidate the exact mechanism. So maybe we should think about extract the specific compound, and also, of course, to expand the application. So these are some of the references. These are my FYP students and my master students. So girl power here. Then, of course, I would like to thank my highest gratitude to Associate Professor TSCHM, Dr. Nik Ahmad Nizam, Nik Malik, for this opportunity, and all the BioNanoSem Secretariat for your help. You are very friendly, and I love working with you guys. And of course, my team members and my students, and to UMT. So, do I still have time to introduce about ANOMA, Aisha? Or should we proceed to Q&A?
You have another 5 minutes more.
Okay. So briefly about ANOMA, established in 2017. It is an abbreviation from Advanced Nanomaterials Research Group under Faculty of Science and Marine Environment, University Malaysia, Terengganu. Okay, so normally we do an annual seminar. So we did starting from 2018, and then 2019, followed by last year we expanded a bit to conference. So it is called MATES, combining two conferences. So this year we haven't discussed about it yet. So, but if we have, we will shout out the information later. So we have researcher. Previously, I was as a treasurer, but now we have the cycle change every 3 years. So this is the new chairperson, co-chairperson, secretary, and treasurer for ANOMA. And then I am now under the committee of conference. So these are for the industry. At an industry engagement or industry attachment, and then the other team are for CSR and website. And then for Myra, we also have a team, and we also have another members to support. With that, that is all for my presentation today. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Dr. Hanis, for your wonderful sharing. Okay. Okay, Doctor. So right now we will move on to the Q&A session for 5 minutes. So, Doctor, there is question from Facebook user. Do you need me to read?
Yeah, it's okay. I can read it, Aisha.
Okay.
Okay, Mariposa is quite a rare plant. Okay, so in my case, in my surrounding, we can find this green very easily, but it's hard to find red. So that's why we proceed with green leaves mariposa. Okay, there are studies carried out, but I think I found like 1 or 2 papers about the chemicals. Yeah, they extract by using a specific solvent system, but I'm sure that there is more room to do further study about these leaves. Yeah, it's very interesting, and I'm going to collaborate with organics group, especially for the organic part of the plants.
Wow. Okay, thank you, Doctor. Okay, another question, Doctor.
Okay. What are other metals nanoparticles that we can produce? Okay, so you guys can try calcium oxide, copper oxide, titanium dioxide. I would suggest that, because even though the metal oxide nanoparticles look simple, but there is still room of improvement to explore. Yeah, we don't need to think advanced like dope with this and all that system. We just start with simple first. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so for research focus, oh, another question, sorry, Aisha. Research focus of ANOMA. So basically, our team members are from physics and chemistry. So of course, the physics, they do this battery studies, and then us in chemistry, we have various field: organic, inorganic, physical, and analysis. Have you tried
And
to
lots of
synthesize
question.
silver? Yes, of course. I have presented the silver nanoparticles, the first part just now. Yeah, I did, right, Aisha?
Yes.
Yeah, so we obtain a very stable silver nanoparticles up to 2 months. Of course, we want to how to say, to monitor more. However, due to the pandemic, yeah, and now the FYP student who carry out the research have started master study with another supervisor, so I have no students to continue that research again. Okay, plant identification. We just carry out the basic one, phytochemical test, but we plan to do phenolic content and furthermore studies to further understand about the plant. But we just, for now, we have the basic phytochemical extract just by using water. We never use specific solvent system yet. Okay, you can see the recording version perhaps. We have it, right?
Yes, at YouTube
Okay.
and Facebook. Okay, thank you, Dr. Hanis, for your
All right. Thank you so
wonderful
much.
response. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, next in line is our fourth keynote speaker for today. Let me introduce you to our keynote speaker, Dr. Dr. Muhammad Farizal Ahmad Kamarudin is a senior lecturer at the Department of Bioscience, Faculty of Science, UTM. His expertise is in environmental biotechnology, where his research focuses on the microalgae application, photobioreactor design, and controlling harmful microalgae. He is a project leader for Fundamental Research Grant, investigating freshwater harmful algal bloom, which is control mechanism using fungal bioflocculation mixed with plant derivatives. His current major research explores the potential of microalgae into green process applications, such as biosynthesizing silver nanoparticles. So his title for today is Biosynthesis of Silver Nanoparticles Using Freshwater Microalgae. Dr. Fariza, the stage is yours.
All right, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Aisha, for the introductions. So I would like to share my screen. All right. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning to all of you. So thank you very much, Aisha, for the nice introduction. So my name is Farizal Kamaruddin. I'm from Department of Biosciences, Faculty of Science, University Technology Malaysia. So for today, I would like to share with you the project that we plan to do. So basically, it's still at the early stage of the study, okay, uh, entitled Biosynthesis of Silver Nanoparticle Using Freshwater Microalgae. Basically, I'm not the expert in this nanomaterial or material science thing. So my background is I'm a biologist. Um, I can say more to bioprocess and currently focusing on environmental issues, especially on the algal blooming phenomenon. We try to control it. So basically, my degree is I got my degree from UTM, um, and I have experience dealing with bacteria, fungi, and also the latest one is with the microalgae. So my background is more to the application. I have many experience dealing with the photobioreactor or different types of bioreactors such as stirred tank bioreactors, solid state bioreactors. So I'm not too into the fundamental, more to application, more to upscaling, more to process chemistry. My expertise is on the upscaling from the small scale into the larger scale. So this is example what my expertise. So basically I'm focusing more on the method, more to finding more energy efficient or simplify a method or process to make it more cheaper, something like that. So in this case, for example, during my PhD study, I'm focusing on producing a biodiesel using a simpler method, which is more energy efficient, something like that. Okay. So this is the list of my research project that we have finished, and also some is still ongoing. So basically my project is more on the environmental side lah, environmental biotechnology. That's why in this project I'm collaborating. This is my first attempt collaborating with Associate Professor Dr. Nick Ahmad Nizam, who is the expert in this nano material things. All right. So I'm the one that going to in charge on the biological side, and the techniques who going to expert on the other side, the characterization of the thing. So currently we have a master student that going to do this biosynthesis using the microalgae thing. So the recent project is the investigations of freshwater harmful algal bloom. However, in this case, I have some problem with this, so I'm going to highlight it, or I'm going to share with you guys at the end of this slide. At the end of this slide, so I open a welcome for other collaborators. If you have something, I mean, if you have some materials or compound that can enhance our process, I'm happy to collaborate with you. So back to our topic, which is the biosynthesis of silver nanoparticles using freshwater microalgae. As Dr. Anis already presented, she's using plant, isn't it? So there are different methods of producing this silver nanoparticle. So in short, so basically this silver nanoparticle production is very huge. I mean, annually is around 500 tons over the world. This is during 2040, and it's expected to reach 3 billion USD by 2024. However, the current method of producing this silver nanoparticle is using physical and chemical process, which are very expensive and extremely dangerous to the ecosystem. So in order to prevent this thing to damaging the ecosystem, we must use more greener or green approaches, right? You should use biological approach of synthesizing this silver nanoparticle. So usually this biological approach is more friendly, harmless, and relatively cheaper, simple, and easily to scale up to industrial scale. And surprisingly, this is the recent finding where the silver ion that change into metal silver nanoparticle shows low in toxicity level, however did not affect their performance, which is very good. So means that by using the green synthesis or green process, they are more safer to the environment. So we are not using the chemical and physical, of course, because it is not energy efficient. It's harmful to the environment. All right. So we're going to focus on the biological method. So as I mentioned before, so this is the approach that we're going to do, or the research that we're going to do right now is still at the early stage. Okay, so there are many microorganisms, or there are many for the green method. You can use bacteria, fungi, and even plants, like Dr. Hanis mentioned previously, and the yeast. However, we're going to focus on using microalgae. And why is that? You find out later, right? So basically, this is some of the drawback of using bacteria. Some of the, if we are using bacteria, it's going to take long hours of culture preparation, because you need to grow the bacteria first, and then you need to use some kind of media. You need to supply with a carbon source, something like that, and you need to conduct this thing in aseptic condition. I mean, all the material should be aseptic, sterilized to prevent any contamination. All right. If your culture is contaminated, then you can't use it to synthesize the silver, you know, uh, s- silver nitrate, and the synthesis rate is very slow. Same with using fungi. The drawback is the growth. All right. The cultivations of fungi is much slower. I mean, if you try to grow the bacteria, usually the doubling time is around 2 to 4 hours. So it's going to take around 1 or 2 days to complete the cultivation process. All right. However, if you cultivating the fungi, it's going to take around 7 to 14 days, around 1 to 2 weeks, something like that. So that is a long, time-consuming process just to cultivate it. Then you need to provide nutrient, carbon source to the reactor to grow that thing. And it's not energy efficient because you need to mix it, you need to stir it, uh, you need to agitate it, because this fungi, when it's grow, there is some, it's like a mycelium, and if the suspension is not homogenized, then it's going to clump together. It's like a beehive, and then you cannot use that culture to synthesize the silver nitrate. And then, as explained by Dr. Anis previously, her team is using the plant extract. However, to me personally, I believe it's going to be difficult because if you want to produce it in large scale, then you need to grow the plant. Of course, to grow it is going to take time. So usually, might be around 3 months to 6 months, something like that, isn't it? And then you need to extract the plant, and then this process also going to cost cost you, because you need to extract it, and then and also time consuming. So that is why in our research we're going to use microalgae. Is it better in terms of the growth? Is it faster? Or how about the cultivation cost? And is it efficient? So you'll find after I explain a little bit about the microalgae after this. So in general, this is the process, the overall process of synthesizing the silver nanoparticle by using freshwater microalgae. So as you can see, it's going to start with the screening. So it's not on, when we talk about microalgae, it's not one species. Um, there are thousands of species of this microalgae. So means that you need to screen for the potential microalgae that can synthesize this silver nitrate into silver nanoparticles. So this is the first thing that we should do first, and then after that we need to optimize it. So we can optimize the condition, for example, the microalgae concentration. We can optimize the scale, the size. Is it in a small scale or is it in the uh, larger scale? Or you can optimize other parameters, temperatures, something like that. Okay, and then after that you need to characterize it. So this is not my expertise, of course. For the characterizations, Dr. Nick is going to involve in this part, and then of course we need to test it. Usually they're going to test it for antimicrobial testing, isn't it? So I believe many of you, because most of you are chemists, so you know about the silver nanoparticles and nanomaterial things, isn't it? However, I believe not many of you knows about microalgae. So in short, briefly, microalgae is like a bacteria. So bacteria is around 1 to 2 micrometers in size. However, microalgae is a bigger. It's like around 20 to 50 micron, and can go up to 200 micron, depending on the species. As I said before, there are thousand species of microalgae, and the most common one, as you can see there, such as spirulina, chlorella, dunaliella, and haematococcus. And usually, this microalgae is green in color. Why is it green? Of course, same like leaves or plants, isn't it? Because it contains chlorophyll in it. So these microalgae can produce their own food as long as you provide four main elements to this microalgae. such as the light for example, sunlight, nutrients, water, and the carbon source is carbon dioxide. So it's easier to grow. I believe it's easier to grow the microalgae because you just need to provide the carbon dioxide. The carbon source is carbon dioxide. As compared, if you want to grow the bacteria and fungi, the carbon source is probably from sugars or glucose, isn't it? We can grow it indoor for the cultivation. We can grow it indoor and outdoor. As long as you provide these four main elements to them, they can grow. And however, not all microalgae is a good algae. Ada juga yang bad lah kan. There is a bad microalgae. We call it as a harmful microalgae. And this harmful microalgae, it contains toxin in it. So it means that when the aquatic life consume or eat this microalgae, they're going to die because of the toxicity level is high in this microalgae. And we call this phenomenon as a alga bloom phenomenon. So alga bloom is a situation where these microalgae grow rapidly. So this microalgae is very high concentration uh, within short period of time. Why this thing happen? Because of certain things. So in general, the applications of microalgae, there are four main application lah. Usually in large scale. Usually people focusing on the microalgae for these four types of application. For example, the productions of biodiesel or biofuel. And then pharmaceutical product because it contains high antioxidant. For example, Haematococcus producing astaxanthin, so it contains high antioxidant properties in it. And then I believe many of you have heard about spirulina, isn't it? Spirulina is a food supplement which is rich in protein, enzyme, and vitamins, and fiber too. And the other applications of microalgae is to in a wastewater treatment. So in short, this is very simple setup. This is our lab to grow microalgae. So we can grow it as simple as in a shake flask, 250 ml shake flask. As I mentioned before, you can grow it as long as you provide all the four elements that I've mentioned before. All right. So this is the environment in our lab lah. So this is a small scale cultivations of the microalgae. Even in the indoor system, we can grow it up to 200 liter. This is the what we call it as a tubular photobioreactor. So this is some types of bioreactor that we can use. Yeah, this is different types of photobioreactor that we can use to grow the microalgae indoor. However, for the outdoor cultivation, it's very simple. As long as you can provide the sunlight, isn't it? So this is we grow it in a jar can, and then we integrated it. We integrate it with the solar panel to power the air pump to provide the air to the to the reactor. And we've managed to grow some of the microalgae on our building on the rooftop, a T02 building, and we managed to produce several. We managed to cultivate. We managed to produce several types of microalgae product from this. All right, this is a flow chart or system that you can grow outdoor. As long as you can provide this thing to the microalgae, then you can grow the microalgae easily. And then where can you find this algae? So algae is everywhere. Algae is everywhere. For example, if you look at the river, the canal, the lake, you can see the water is very greenish, isn't it? It's very green. So there's algae in it. You cannot see with your own eyes, is it? So if you took some water from the pond or from the river and then you put it close to your window, after several days the water is going to become greenish. So if you look it under the microscope, then you will find some of different size, different shape, different species of microalgae. So we can observe these microalgae, or we can identify these microalgae easily because the size is bigger. So we can use microscope with 400 magnification. No need to 1000 magnifications like bacteria. We can use it using a microscope at 400 times magnification, or we can use what we call it as a, right now you can buy a tip scope, a very simple device which you can attach to your phone, and then you can take pictures, or you can observe the because it can goes up to 400 magnification by using this tip scope. All right. uh, you can find these microalgae from the sea, right? Marine, for the marine, and also the freshwater. So this is a different situation where we try to do a sampling to isolate or to identify different types of microalgae. So these are several microalgae that we found, that we managed to identify and we managed to isolate from the lake, right? This is from the Sembrong Barat Dam, okay? Empangan Sembrong. It's easy to observe it because you can observe it based on the morphology. Then you can know the species. So basically, as I mentioned earlier, I'm focusing on the environment. So put aside the silver nanoparticles using the microalgae. So this is a different topic. This is the problem that we're facing right now, because currently we have a project to solve these algal bloom issues. The problem is at the Sembrong Barat Dam, the occurrence of the algal bloom is obvious because this Empangan Sembrong, kan, Renhill SAJ need to treat the water before they can distribute the water to the house surrounding it, house surround, isn't it? So they need to treat, and then currently they are using PAC, polyaluminum chloride, to separate, to flog the microalgae. All right. However, when this algal bloom occur, they need to use higher concentrations of PAC, which going to contaminate the water with high aluminium level. That is what we call as the algal bloom, right? In short, this is what happened. So in the Sembrong Barat Dam, because its surround is what we call it as a plantation site. So when they plant something, they plant vegetable, they plant palm oil, they use the fertilizers. And during the raining season, or during the rainfall, all the fertilizer going to wash out and goes into the lake, something like that. So when the certain condition is optimum, for example, high concentrations of nitrogen or potassium. So these microalgae, certain microalgae, feel this is suitable for them to blooming, they're going to bloom. So this is a problem if the microalgae is harmful. However, if not harmful, then it's going to be difficult. In the case of treating the water by SAJ, they need to separate the microalgae. All right. That is non-harmful. This is the harmful one. All right. This keep every year. This thing is happen. Usually, it's happen at the
Sorry,
Selat
Doctor, to
Tebrau.
interrupt.
Recently, it's a kampung. Yeah.
Another 4 minutes
Okay,
more.
4 minutes. All right. The issue is with the alga blooming is this is some of the pictures. All right. So currently, we're developing a method on biofiltration by using fungal. Using fungi, we grow fungi, and then produce mycelia. And then because of the mycelia, because of the zeta potential is positively charged, and the algae is negatively charged. So when we mix it together, then going to neutralize the both of the thing. When it's neutral, then it's going to flop. However, the charge on the fungal is not very high. So I believe in the future, by using nanomaterial, we can enhance or we can increase the positive charge on the mycelia. So we can adhere or we can absorb this material into the mycelia. So when we apply this fungal bioflocculant to the site, then it can flock the algae easily. So if you have suggestion, or if you want to collaborate with us regarding these issues, please email me at farizal@utm.my, or you can contact Dr. Nick. All right. So I think that's it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Fariza, for the sharing. So right now we move on to the Q&A session for 5 minutes. So Dr. there is question.
All right. The lake was devastated by algal bloom phenomenon. By now, it's okay. You have any comment on that? It's not a algal bloom phenomenon actually. There is a there is a plant. We call it as dia pokok lah apa nama dia, saya pun lupa. It's a plant. You know, someone release it. It's an aquarium plant. Then they release it to the lake, and the condition of the lake is very, you know, high in nitrogen source, for example. Then the plant is going to bloom. It's not algae. Actually, it's a plant. Mhm. And then what happened is they drain the lake, which is not not in not environmentally friendly lah. Supposedly they
Oh,
can use biological control to that thing. However, they drain the lake, they remove all the plants, and then they remove some of the aquatic life in it. And then after that, after several, when the plant dried, then they they make a dam, and then the water fill again. So it's not a government. So I learned a lot about microalgae. Yeah, that is why, because
yes.
most of most of the person in this is physicist and a chemist, isn't it? I believe
Yes,
only me is a biologist. So am I in the right group?
me also. Okay,
Drawn to this page.
Dr. Fariza has many fans. Okay, okay. Is there any question more from Facebook? Okay, if there is no question, so we may take a break for a few minutes. So we will meet back at 11 a.m. Okay.
Right.
So
Thank you,
thank you,
everyone.
Dr. Farizal, for your wonderful sharing. Okay. Please bear with us.
Put your trust in us and we'll be champions.
Okay, hi everyone. Hope you all still here with me. We will continue our session in a moment. Please be ready. Okay, we have done with 4 keynote speakers for morning session. Now we are honored to have a special sharing from our first invited speaker session. We would like to welcome Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Arif Agam from UTHM. Okay, let me introduce. Associate Professor Muhammad Arif Agam completed his PhD from Nanoscale Physics Research Laboratory, University of Birmingham, UK in 2006. Awarded as Best Malaysian UK Student in 2005 by the Malaysian government and published more than 60 research papers in reputed journals. His research interests span from polymeresis to functional nanomaterials, especially for the environment preservation. And it's focused more on overexposure of doped polymers in direct fabrication of gravitic materials such as diamond-like carbon for advanced materials research and applications. He was a visiting scholar to Tianjin University, China, in 2019 and visiting professor to Ibn Tufail in Kenitra, Morocco, 2020. Okay, please welcome our invited speaker with his presentation entitled Assessment of Anticholinesterase Effect of Polyvinyl Pyrrolidone slash silver nanocomposite biosynthesis by Pandanus Atrocarpus extract. Please welcome.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Boleh nampak tak saya punya slide? Okay,
Salam. Yes, Doctor, we can see your slide.
okay, thank you.
You may go to the full screen.
First what? Is it okay? Is it moving?
Not, Doctor.
Okay, hold on.
You must
Because-
go to the sharing using entire screen.
Okay, hold on. Share. Stop screen. Okay, share screen. Entire
And go to
screen.
the full screen. Yeah.
The first screen, which one? Screen
The
share.
first.
First.
The
Okay.
screen.
Share screen. And then
Okay, the entire screen, and then
go to my PowerPoint.
go to the share and go to the full screen.
Okay, hold on. This is my first time, so
Firstly, you go to your screen first.
okay. My screen, share screen.
Yeah.
Uh,
Then go to PowerPoint.
Go to PowerPoint, share screen, select window for screen.
Is it okay?
No, I don't see my PowerPoint now.
Firstly, Prof go to share the entire screen at the share screen tab,
Share screen.
and then
Okay.
you and then share your screen.
Share screen. Then I
And
share
then,
my screen.
And then go to your PowerPoint slide,
Entire screen. Okay.
entire screen, and then go to your share screen, share your screen,
Okay.
and then go to your PowerPoint slide.
Okay. Just now. Okay. Can you see now?
Okay, not yet.
Is it okay
Okay,
now?
okay, we can
Okay.
see.
Thank you. Thank you for for helping me. So my name is Dr. Arif. I'm from UTHM. I would like to introduce you to my student work, recently graduated PhD student. The title is Bio-Inspired Synthesis, Characterizations, and Biological Activities of PBP, Polyvinyl Pyrrolidone, with argentum nanoparticles. We call it nanocomposite using Pandanus Atrocarpus extract. Okay, so I would like to talk about, first thing is about my PhD. I realized that in research, we are actually doing some manipulations. So research is about manipulation. So what is the thing that you manipulate? So for my research during my PhD, I try to manipulate the polystyrene beads that is in 500 nanometer. So how do I manipulate it? I bombard it with electron beam. So when I bombarded with electron beam, I found that the shrinkage of these polystyrene beads in 500 nanometer reduce slowly during the electron beam, meaning that the energy that they receive from the electrons, they started to restructure themselves. They become smaller. So that's become my entire quest since 2002 until now. I'm trying to look into this polymer restructuring because they are being modified by energy they receive from the electron. So when I'm back, so this is again, you can see that by bombarding one bit of polystyrene, we can see the changes, and we can do some measurements. Of course, we now, when you try to manipulate, you try to look into what is the parameter involved, the electron, the accelerations of the electrons, the current accumulations, the spot size of your beam. All this will be important for your research. So, meaning that if you look it back from this diagram, you start with the ideas of bombarding the nanospheres. Now you can see that it involves a lot of things. Now, meaning that you start from one point, you get a lot of other points. So you got your spot size of your beam, you got how much of electron accumulations to your polystyrene, and then you will try to measure the polystyrenes, and you find that I finished my PhD, I'm interested in finding what happened to the polymer, but at that time it's quite difficult to investigate it. So it became my quest to understand what happened to this polystyrene. Of course, the work is related to lithography. Okay, so lithography is very important for semiconductor when you can create patterns, and from that pattern you get your IC, integrated circuits. So meaning that this polystyrene can be used as polymerizes. So you can see that polystyrene is about negative resist. Then I could look at, is it possible to make them change to become positive resist? So we did that, but I'm not reporting it. Now, if you look at your research, a fruitful PhD venture is just like this image. Okay, you start at one point, you get many. Okay, you got a lot of parameter to measure. You choose the parameter to strengthen your research, and then later on, when you get so many, you started to eliminating some of undesired materials. Then you start to focus on something so that you got at the end you got a theme of your research. So in my theme of my research during my PhD is modifying the polymer structure by electron beam. So that's I get my PhD. So it's so simple to get a PhD if you realize how the mapping of your research. So this is again, this is actually what I said as chaos theory. So you start with one point, you end up at many, and then later on you focus it again back to one point. That's how your PhD will be successful. So I'm keep telling my student to do things like this. Try to map your things, try to make your PhD, and of course you can see that all the line
Sorry,
is
Prof, to interrupt.
what?
There, there are 5 minutes more to
Okay.
present.
Wow.
Okay, thank you.
So fast. Okay. So now if you see this, okay, this is my research is, you see that I started with electron beams, and I'm ahead at that time from Rice universities and Nottingham University. So sometimes your work will be like that. Okay, so this is some of my uh, deviation from my PhD. From electron beam, I started to use laser and dope to the polymer and do the catalysis of the polymer with dope materials. And look later on from Nabila, we can get the energy band gap. Now we go to solar cells. Now for Abdullah, we go to medical purposes that come the anti uh, enzymatic nature of the research. So this is how we change the polymer to become graphene and diamond-like carbon. We did get graphene, and this is the energy band gap. And of course, later on for medical purposes, we try to put nanocomposite, create the nanocomposite between polymer and nanoparticles. And of course, we try to go into medical research. For this case, we look into Alzheimer's disease. And of course, we look at the synthesis, UVVs, PSAM, FEM, XRD, and we got that nanoparticles. Now, once we get the nanoparticle, we try to check it whether it is stabilized or not. Then we look at the size, and then we can look at the XRD to confirm that we managed to synthesize the PVP Argentine nanocomposite. And of course, you try to look with other scanning to make sure that you get your particles, and then you do the enzymatic activity investigations. Then you found that with the PVP and Argentine nanoparticles, we can reduce the enzyme that being uh, uh, very what I call it, attacking your brain, and that enzyme that being produced when you are getting old, that making you become senile or forgetting about all of the things. I think that's wrap up of my presentation. Thank you. Hello.
Okay, thank you, Prof.
Okay.
So we move on to the Q&A session. Okay, let's see what question we get. Okay, Doctor, there's question from Facebook user.
Okay.
Doctor, how compatible is the biocompatibility of the materials to cells in vitro and in vivo?
Okay, that's beyond my things actually, because I'm concentrating on the nanoparticles. That there is another guy in Iraq, a doctor that looking into it. But for the time being, I think our research is not in vivo. It will be outside. So meaning that we create the enzyme outside and investigate it, not in the body. So because I think we need to have patience, we need to have regulation whatsoever. So it's not possible for this time. But we are looking into perhaps in the future for viruses like COVID-19 or so, but we are still at a very early stage. Okay, I hope I
Okay.
answered that questions. Mm,
Okay, thank you, Prof, for the question. Okay,
thank you.
and the wonderful sharing. Okay, next, we will proceed to our second invited speaker for today. Um, Let me introduce for the sorry for the inconvenience. I would like to introduce our first oral presentation presenter for today. Okay, kindly to remind, each oral presenter is given 10 minutes for presentation and 5 minutes Q&A session. Okay, before we proceed, Let me introduce our first oral presenter, Mr. Muhammad Reza Muhammad Razi. He is a bioscience PhD candidate from the Department of Bioscience, Faculty of Science, UTM. He graduated from UTM with a Bachelor of Science in Biology with distinctive academic and co-curricular records. His current study focuses on the development of breast cancer therapeutic strategy via sensitizing chemophotothermal therapy. His project involves the application of carbon nanotubes as the targeted drug delivery carrier in combination with local hypothermia treatment against EMT6 breast cancer in vitro and in vivo. Please welcome Mr. Muhammad Reza.
Well, thank you, Miss Aisha.
Okay, welcome. Can you share your slide?
Okay, I'm on it.
Is it okay?
I'm trying to. Can you see my slide?
Not yet. Is it problems in sharing your slide?
Yes. Wait.
Do you use PowerPoint slide or PDF slide?
I'm using a PowerPoint slide. It's okay. Can I leave the studio right now? Is it?
Okay, sorry for the inconvenience for all audience. We will wait for Mr. Reza to solve his technical problem. Is it
Hello.
okay, Mr.
Hello, Miss Aisha.
Okay, are you okay to share your slide?
Yes, I'm Sherry. Can you see it?
If you use a PowerPoint, okay, you can see, but it's not full screen yet.
Oh, I see. I'm really sorry. Is it
Okay, already
okay?
full screen. Okay,
Okay.
you may
Sorry
start
for
now.
the. Oh my God. Sorry for the technical issue. So, thank you, Miss Aisha. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning, I bid to respected judges, honorable guests, and to everyone. My name is Muhammad Reza bin Muhammad Razi, a PhD student from the Department of Bioscience, and I will present my slides entitled Chemophototherapy Synergistic Effects of Pegylated Cell-Loaded Carbon Nanotubes Mediated NRR on Anti-Proliferation Activity of EMT6 Breast Cancer Cells. Globally speaking, breast cancer has remained as the dominant type of of cancer worldwide, with the 684,966 deaths occurs only in 2020, and about 32% of total female cancer in Malaysia has been diagnosed with breast cancer, as has been stated by the Global Cancer Statistic in 2021. Available conventional chemotherapy such as chemotherapy has been practiced with the usage of the chemotherapeutic drugs, but eventually chemotherapy has led to severe and acute adverse effects such as nausea, vomiting, and hair loss, and hence the search for the more efficient alternative therapy has been conducted among researchers, and that's why my studies came into the slot in which I proposed the application of the carbon nanotube, which is a carbon-based nanomaterials in to combat two strategy in which chemophototherapy and alternative photothermal therapy for breast cancer management. As I mentioned earlier, the chemotherapeutic drugs that has been used cause adverse effect, and one of them is paclitaxel. Paclitaxel is one of the most successful drugs ever created by the US FDA, but eventually paclitaxel is highly hydrophobic, thus causing low solubility in aqueous environment, thus causing a problem with systemic delivery and cause acute adverse reaction. Meanwhile, on the other hand, the alternative part, which is the hyperthermia, is the elevation of the body temperature at the range of 40 to 50 degrees Celsius, and this hyperthermia monotherapy has been shown to have immunommonotherapeutic effects in treating breast cancer. But hyperthermia has been reported to be uneven heat distribution, short heat retention time, and low depth penetration, and that's why carbon nanotube has come to save the problem in which these two part of paclitaxel in hyperthermia, in which carbon nanotube is a thin layer of benzene rings carbon that has the size range of 20 to 90 nanometer, and carbon nanotube has been reported in literature to be a safe and stable carrier with a high thermal conductivity that could fulfill the hyperthermic purpose with a large surface area for drug delivery design, and also minimally invasive for in vivo application. And that's why we hope that with the loading of the PTX or the paclitaxel onto the CNTs and also the hyperthermia effect can amplify the efficiency of the breast cancer treatment. And the aim of this study is to develop an efficient alternative breast cancer therapy, while the specific objective for this study is to evaluate the anti-proliferative activity of the PTX CNTs with a combination of the hyperthermia against the EMT6 cells. And to achieve the study, the objective of the study, we first started with the loading of the PTX onto the CNT, in which this falls under the materials preparation part, and then the material has been exposed to the cells, EMT6 cells that has been subcultured, and then we irradiated the cells with NIR, near infrared radiation, for 2 minutes, and then we evaluate the anti-proliferative activity of the EMT6 cells by the MTT assay. I would like to emphasize that this study aligns with the Sustainable Development Goals from the United Nations, and it falls under the third clause, which is to provide good health and well-being worldwide. And for the scientific findings, we found out that with the application of the delivery design of the PTX onto the
Sorry,
CNTs.
Mr. Reza, for
What?
interrupt.
Okay.
There are another 5 minutes more left.
All right. Thank you, Miss Aisha.
Okay.
Okay. The CNTs has been delivered on inside the cells could further release the PTX that has been loaded onto the CNTs and significantly reduce the cell's viability while increasing the anti-proliferative activity of the EMTC cell. And according to the figure 1, you could see that there's a significant reduction in the cells that has been treated with the PTX CNTs as compared to the PTX only, where the PTX only is the free PTX that we dissolve in the media and expose it to the cells to mimic the chemotherapeutic practice in the normal medical application. And after we found out that the delivery design has been successful inside the EMT system, we further want to find out whether if we irradiate the cells with the NIR could significantly increase or amplify the effects of the anti-proliferative activity. Hence, figure 2 shows the combined therapy of the PTX, CNT with the NNR as the HT to amplify that can amplify the anti-proliferative activity of the cell. While in this case, we could see that in the red line, which is the combined treatment of the HT, PTX, and CNT, shows a very excellent reduction in the cell's viability as compared to the PTX only, PTX with CNT, or the PTX HT treated cells. And therefore, we could conclude that the NIR irradiation that we irradiate onto the cells could facilitate the release of the drugs from the CNT, and in the meantime could also could also provide an even and uniform heat distribution to the cells. And from the findings, I could propose some mechanisms that could be related to the fate of the PTX loaded CNTs in the tumor microenvironment, in which the drug that has been loaded onto the carbon nanotubes will enter the cells through the what we call that endocytosis pathway, and then the drugs will be released from the carbon nanotubes due to the pH alteration by the lysozyme, and the PTX will directly move into the nucleus and they will perform the PTX mechanism for its anti-cancer activity. Meanwhile, the CNTs that has been set inside the cells or inside the cancer cell that has been irradiated with the near infrared radiation could emit and vibrate the energy to form a greater, even and uniform heat distribution, and this could also benefit the hyperthermic properties of the therapy, in which it will eventually lead to cancer death. And from this study, I understand and I could conclude that the chemophotochemotherapy of the PTX with the CNTs and HT significantly promotes anti-proliferative activity of the EMT6 breast cancer cells. And I would like to say that this study could benefits to the society and the country in terms of providing the understanding of the combined therapy through its novelty. And the second one is it is safe and minimally invasive as compared to the existing conventional therapy, since we are reducing the dosage of the chemotherapeutic drugs. But for now, it's just only at the in vitro level. The third one is we try to implement direct implication of breast cancer in breast cancer treatment, in which we provide further choices or options in alternative therapy. And last one, I would say that it is economically wise, since carbon nanotubes can be bought in a cheaper price, and also we directly reduce the administration of the what we call that paclitated cell for the chemotherapy purpose. And in summary, I would say that carbon nanotubes specifically and in general, nanomaterials are very versatile materials and can be further improve the future cancer management. I wouldn't say that carbon nanotubes is the definite treatment or the definite or the most suitable materials for the breast cancer management, but because various of nanoparticle has been tested for cancer treatment, such as liposome, gold nanorods, and even silver nanoparticles. But in my case, my purpose is to combine the both drug delivery design and hyperthermia purpose. So we screened through several material and we found out that carbon nanotube has can fulfill both function simultaneously. And for future recommendation, I would say that our treatment is not that specific as compared to other targeted drug delivery design, but to further increase the specificity of the carbon nanotubes, we plan on coating the or modify the carbon nanotube with the coating of the folic acid, since folic acid has the folate receptor has been found abundance on the breast cancer cells, so folic acid could help in targeting the cancer cells specifically at the moment. And I think that's all from me. This is my reference for this presentation, and I would like to thank my SV, main SV Dr. Kadonanda Jamon, my co-SV Dr. Mahiza Erna Muhammad Salim, and my cancer research laboratory and also cancer and infectious disease group from the Faculty of Science. And I would like to thank our Ministry of Education Malaysia for funding us with a grant for this research. With that, thank you for lending me your ears. Have a good day.
Okay, welcome, Mr. Reza. Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. Okay, now let's start with our Q&A session. Okay, from Facebook user, there's one question.
Okay, I'm on the way there.
Okay,
Is it question from Dr. Yani? Oh no, Dr. Juan first. Is it?
yes.
How do you confirm the PTX will be fully loaded and free from leaching, especially during... Okay. Thank you, Dr. Juan, for the question. Okay, for the first one, how do you confirm the PTX will be fully loaded to the CNT? Okay, for this part, I think it falls under the preparation of the materials. We characterize the materials beforehand, but I couldn't provide the data since the time that has been given me is limited. But we evaluate the characterization of the PTX CNT through FTIR analysis, since it is the most basic simple step that is cheaper and quick, and a quick fast analysis. And then we also do the HPLC analysis to measure the concentration, to detect the actual concentration of the PTX that has been loaded onto the CNTs. And from the HPLC analysis, we found out that 28% of the PTX that we formulate has been successfully loaded onto the CNTs, and up until now 28% is the highest loading capacity that we achieve for the loading of the PTX onto the CNTs, and free from leaching, especially during anti-proliferative activity. Okay, for this part, the mechanism of the PTX itself is really specific, in which PTX will only be released at a certain pH. For example, in this case, the pH of the lysozyme inside the cells is the same as the optimum release pH of the PTX. So the PTX will not, or I could say PTX is unfavorably cannot be released unless the pH is a slightly acidic, in which in this case it really helps us since the pH of the lysozyme inside the cells is the same as the optimum pH of the released PTX. Okay, so is
Okay, there's
from
another question.
Dr. Yani, is there any occurrence of mutagenicity and genotoxicity of the cell during the invade? Okay, thank you, Dr. Yani. Yes, we do some morphological study of the EM-T6 breast cancer cells after both treatment, and we could say that there are alteration in the nucleus, in which we could say that it forms a multipolar spindle fiber, and then it does causing the cells to be polynucleated. It means that we have a nucleus, a single nucleus inside the cells, but after the cells has been irradiated with the NIR exposure to the pegylated cell, the cells the nucleus becomes like multinucleated. That is what we observe, and in this case it is the same as reported from the group as well, since pegylated cell itself helps in providing genotoxicity and mutagenicity to the cells. In this case, we hope that pegylated cell, the mutagenicity will helps in providing more death to the cancer cell, and that's why I say before that pegylated cell in chemotherapeutic practice is kind of unfavorable, since it also causes mutagenicity to normal cells. Okay, from Dr. Hanis, besides CNTs, what other nanomaterials that has been used based on previous study? Okay, thank you, Dr. Hanis. As I mentioned before, there's a lot of versatile other nanomaterials for this application. For example, I found out that most of the time researchers put the interest in gold nanoparticles and then silver, but silver has not been really widely used in this application. Other than that, liposome is one of the popular nanomaterials, since liposome is much more friendlier and it can load anything. I would say anything, since we can cater what kind of content, what kind of, I would say, of treatment that we want to load inside the liposomal sac. Yeah. I think that's all from my understanding. If I have some misinformation about the study, you can everyone can friendly correcting me. Okay.
Okay,
Uh,
sure, Mr. Reza. Okay. Thank you very much for your wonderful sharing. Okay,
okay. I'm
next.
sorry for the technical issue before.
It's okay. Okay, next we will go to our second invited speaker for today. Let me introduce. Okay, Dr. Muhammad Lokman Ibrahim is a senior lecturer at Faculty of Applied Science, University Technology Mara, UITM Shah Alam. Currently, he is a coordinator at Research Management Center, RMC UITM. His expertise is in the application of heterogeneous catalyst and photocatalyst for renewable energy and the environment. He is the recipient of the top 10 UITM's authors for the publication in Scopus/WOS Index Journals 2020 and recipient of UITM's Young Talent Research Grants. Previously, he was awarded by the University Putra Malaysia for the UPM's PhD as the Gold Medal Award and Postgraduate Chemistry Medal Award. Anugerah Tan Sri Ong Ki Hui by Institute Kimia Malaysia. Okay, his title for today is Photocatalysis of for Organic Wastewater Treatment from the Basis to Current Challenges for Society. Okay, please welcome Dr. Lokman. Doctor, sorry we cannot hear your voice.
Unmute. Sorry. Okay. Can you hear my voice now?
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay. First of all, I would like to say thank you to our Miss Chairperson, Miss Aisha, and thank you to the organizer BioNanoSem for inviting me to share some what we are doing, research. What we are focusing right now lah. Actually, so we have about 15 minutes saja kan. Okay, I'm going to be a little bit faster lah. Okay, so my sharing today is about the photocatalysis for organic wastewater treatment from the basis to current challenge for society. Okay, this is my name's Muhammad Lokman Ibrahim, and now I'm staff at the University Technology Mara UITM Shah Alam lah. Okay, so when we talk about the pollution, pollution is always here in the radio. We can hear in the radio, in the televisions. In Malaysia only, I think this year only, I think more than 5 cases of water pollution been what we call been exposed. Okay, most of them is due to the lack of management, lack of waste chemical management. Okay. Okay, there are a lot of conventional treatment that nowadays they've been used. Okay, like filtration, adsorptions, coagulation, chlorination. This is very common conventional techniques lah that that we normally use for the treatment of water pollution. For filtration, adsorption, yes, it can remove the impurities from the water sources. However, a lot of at the next step, it will produce a secondary waste. Okay, it can produce a secondary waste where this is happen because of the compound that we filtrate or absorb is not treated carefully or not been deactivated. The toxic still there. Okay, like coagulation, chlorination. Chlorination is one of the very cheap and readily available techniques. However, you know, chlorine, if you use a lot of concentration of chlorine, it can provide another environmental problem, another one. This I'm not saying that chlorine is not good, but however, if you use a lot of chlorine, okay, like coagulation, also coagulation is very good for suspended solid materials, solid particles in the water. However, the process is very costly and very expensive. Okay, now in our research group, we are focusing on the photocatalyst. Photocatalyst. Okay, let me introduce a little bit about photocatalyst, and I believe some of the audience here also know already know what is photocatalyst. Just some of like briefing lah. Okay, the photocatalyst is like about same like the concept is same like catalyst. However, there's another additional for the catalyst for the photocatalyst. Catalyst it works like heterogeneous catalyst normally works react on the surface of the catalyst because of the active sites on the surface of catalyst. However, for the photocatalyst, we need another substance which is energy, and normally this energy is come from the light. Come from the light, even from the UV light or from the visible light. Why? Because we need to activate this catalyst, because this catalyst are not is not readily activate. We need to activate, we need to supply some energy to activate this catalyst. So it provide another opportunity to control this catalyst. Okay, some sort of that. It's also if you can produce a very good catalyst, it can produce a low cost of production, offer environmental friendly and protection, complete degradation of pollutants, no production of secondary pollution. Why I said no production of secondary pollution? Let me remind again about what happened in, I think, in Sungai Kim Kim last 2 years ago, 3 years ago. That's another example as the management of waste water pollution is not very good, because just imagine if we can use a photocatalyst over there. Photocatalyst not only absorb, it's not only filtrate, it can absorb, and also we introduce the degradation process over there, so we can nyah active in Malay, nyah active or deactivate all the toxic compound to the more environmentally friendly like carbon dioxide also or water. Okay, okay, that's why we are trying to focus on the photocatalyst in the concept for the to saving our environmental. Okay, this is some basic mechanism of photocatalyst, and this basic mechanism applied to all the semiconductors. And I said semiconductors because most of the semiconductors is the photocatalyst. Okay, this concept can be applied for most of the photocatalyst lah. Okay. So photocatalyst, actually in the materials of photocatalyst, it needs some energy, like I previously said in our previous slide. Some energy, we provide energy to the material of photocatalyst. Okay, so energy from the outside bombarded on the electron valence, electron at the valence bands, at the valence band, and then the enough energy, it will excite this electron to the conductive band. Okay, what happened here is the separation between activated electron and also H plus or proton. Okay, this separation is very important for this photocatalyst because activated electron here will be used for the oxidation of radicals. This superoxide radical is very important.
There's
Yes.
another 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Okay, sorry.
Okay.
Okay, let me go faster. Okay, so another one is H plus, and this H plus will be used to produce a hydroxyl radical, and this both of these components very important, which theoretically will react with our molecules, compound molecules or whatever lah comes like dyes or chemical waste or pharmaceutical waste or toxic waste or like persistent organic pollutant waste come from the agriculture waste. If you can react with this, if you can reduce or oxidize these materials, it can be what we call produce carbon dioxide and water at the end of the reaction. Okay, so photocatalyst not only for the water treatment, it's only many application like water purification, for the side mirror of the car to last longer of the mirror, resident interior like curtain, wallpaper, medical is also very important, very 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 interactive. Okay, self-cleaning face mask. Normally self-cleaning face mask, like because last time I tried to study about this actually, and just put it photocatalyst on the face mask, and we can make it like self-cleaning face mask. Self-cleaning face mask. Okay, water splitting, energy conversion, agriculture, residence, like painting on our house or buildings. So there's a lot of photocatalysis application. Okay, so we are focusing right now in our laboratory. We are focusing on zinc oxide. And the problem from the zinc oxide is because of the wide band gap. Because photocatalyst is the band gap is very important for the photocatalyst. Okay, wide band gap, we need to the problem is wide band gap and also the recombination of electron. Once electron be excited, it tends to go back to the valence band. So this is the activation process lah. So instead of that, what we are challenged, this is challenge for in our research, and we introducing another like semicon to dope with zinc oxide. Okay, we believe that not believe only, but we already prove that like cadmium sulfide can sustain can long what we call it delay sometime for the electron recombination, and also to make these materials more effective lah. Okay. So this is some kind of organic pollutants nowadays. A lot of organic pollutants types like dyes, antibiotics. Like this is antibiotic from like pharmaceutical waste, analgesic, herbicide, pesticide. Most of pesticide is come from the agriculture. So like pesticide, like persistent organic pollutants, most of the pesticide waste normally it sustain in the, it's very difficult to degrade naturally, and it accumulates in the like water body for few years. So if we not treat them very carefully, so it will hazard to animals, to humans. Okay. So this is recent publication. Nowadays, in past 5 years, we can see here a lot of research gap over here. So I can see, if you see this the table, I can see the opportunity to do some research. A lot of opportunity to do some research in this kind of field, in this field of photocatalysis. Okay. Okay, this is a recent publication in our labs, our research groups. Okay, you may download it. It's available online. You may download it. This is, I think, since last year, 2022 and 2021. Okay, this is some result from my students actually. So we are focusing on the zinc oxide and cadmium sulfide. This is result from Salma Izzati, and nowadays she already produced very good and very excellent zinc oxide cadmium sulfide. And if you can see here, we managed to degrade methylene blue. Methylene blue is a model of dye, because this is only the R&D design, research development still in the earlier stage. Okay, so we managed to 100% degrade all the methylene blue within 90 minutes. Within 90 minutes with a very light, what we call very common or very low conditions, very low condition and very low amount of the catalyst. Okay, this is another result from my student also. We tend to try, this is first approach to produce a biodiesel, because
Sorry,
last time
for interrupting.
finish.
Yeah, the times is up already.
Thank you. Okay, all right. So
Yeah.
I'm going to show you some of slides lah. Okay, this is all the results and then the achievement from our research groups. Okay, thank you very much. Back to you.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. Okay, so let's move on to our Q&A session. Okay. Okay, Doctor, there is question. Doctor, is there any photocatalytic wastewater that has been established in UTHM? Wastewater treatment.
Wastewater treatment. Let me see. Can you read again the question, please?
Okay, the question is, Doctor, is there any photocatalytic wastewater treatment that has been established in UTHM?
Yes, currently it's not actually what I know lah nowadays, because I had one of the coordinator at the RMC. There's one research group in the UITM Perlis actually. They are they just got a PRGS grant actually. Just got PRGS grant, that's for prototype, and I saw the design of the photocatalyst they produce, but they are focusing on the TiO2, titanium oxide, and they add another coagulation before there's another stage of coagulation to make it the reaction more efficient. However, this is only at the earlier stage of the prototype. So that's why in my research group, we have also collaboration with them to get some experience or to get some sharing from their knowledge lah about this, because we are going furthermore, right? Okay, thank you for the question. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Lokman, for the answer and the wonderful sharing. Okay,
Okay,
let's
thank you.
continue. Okay. Thank you, Doctor. Okay, let's continue with our second oral presentation for today. Okay, let me introduce. Okay, Miss Siti Aisyah binti Rosli graduated from University Technology Mara UTHM Shah Alam with a bachelor's degree in physics. Her current major project is the synthesis and characterization of calcium hydroxyapatite prepared from Muar West oyster shells and pure ammonium dihydrogen phosphate at University Tun Hussein on Malaysia, UTHM. Okay, her presentation today entitled Chemical Composition Analysis of Heat-Treated Waste Oyster Shells Using XRF Technique. Okay, please welcome Miss Aisyah. Sorry for the inconvenience. Let's wait for the presenter to be in. Okay, let's wait for another 1 minute. If there is no the presenter, we will proceed with another presenter. Okay. Okay, we go for another presenter. Okay, moving on to our third oral presentation for today. Let's welcome Mr. Muhammad Irfan bin Amiruddin. Okay, let me introduce about him. Okay, he is a UiTM Shah Alam student and currently pursuing his master's degree in applied chemistry. He graduated with a bachelor's degree in applied chemistry in UiTM Arau Perlis in 2017. Okay, his current field of study focusing on photocatalytic reduction of free fatty acid in waste cooking oil driven by a light source. Okay, his title for today is Free Fatty Acid Reduction of Waste Cooking Oil Using Zinc Oxide, Photocatalyst Driven by Ultraviolet B Irradiation. Okay, please welcome Mr. Ifan.
Right, can you see my slide?
Okay, we can see your slide and your
All right.
voice is clear.
All right. Thank you very much, MC, for the brief introduction. Assalamualaikum and a very good afternoon to everyone. Today, I am very pleased to present and share with you our project on free fatty acid reduction of waste cooking oil using zinc oxide photocatalyst driven by ultraviolet UV irradiation. Without further ado, let's move on to the introduction of this study. Waste cooking oil, or also known as WCO, consists of different types of essential fatty acids, which can be used as a potential feedstock for biodiesel production. Research shows that catalytic transesterification process is the most common method in producing biodiesel from waste oils, but due to the high content of free fatty acid in WCO, the catalytic transesterification method was not favorable. Hence, heterogeneous catalytic esterification reaction of free fatty acid in WCO with small alcohol must be done in order to reduce the high amount of free fatty acid content in WCO. Although conventional catalytic esterification method was proved to reduce the free fatty acid content in WCO, however, it uses thermal catalytic process, which significantly increase the energy usage for biodiesel production, which result in the higher production cost. Therefore, only few studies have reported that catalytic acidification process could be done in reducing the free fatty acid content in WCO by utilizing photocatalysts in ambient condition. Therefore, our study was designed to synthesize and characterize zinc oxide photocatalyst for photocatalyzed acidification of WCO, where it would use in reduction of free fatty acid in WCO via UV light irradiation with different parameter sets. We also hypothesized that synthesized zinc oxide photocatalyst would reduce the FFA content in WCO with methanol under UV light irradiation. Next, we move on to the next section, which is the method of the study. First and foremost was the preliminary analysis of WCO. The collected WCO was filtered with filter paper to remove any solid impurities. The initial acid number, AI, determination was done by simple titration against ethanolic potassium hydroxide and was calculated using the following equation. After we determined the initial acid number, the catalyst was prepared. The process which zinc acetate dihydride was stirred in distilled water for 1 hour, and the prepared sodium hydroxide solution was added dropwise to zinc acetate dihydride under vigorous stirring. The mixture was subjected to 20 minutes of ultrasonification and was centrifuged for 15 minutes at 2800 RPM. And then the supernatant was removed, and then it was kept in a hot oven for 3 hours at 100 degrees Celsius. And after the preparation of the catalyst, the characterization was employed, which is SRD, for identification and characterization of the photocatalyst based on the compound pattern of diffraction to determine their purity. Next, we move on to the crucial part of the study, which was the photocatalytic acidification test of WCO. First of all, the required amount of photocatalyst and methanol was added into 10 grams of WCO. Reaction started as light source was switched on. Stirring was employed for homogeneous irradiation, and mixture then subjected to centrifuge at 2500 RPM for 50 minutes. Then the lower layer was removed and the catalyst was recovered. The film produced will be used for further testing. So as you can see in the table below, the responding variable that was analyzed were methanol to oil ratio, catalyst loading in weight percent, and UV reaction time in hours, while the fixed parameters were UV lamp power in watt and stirring speed in RPM. The obtained film will be subjected to the same method as the preliminary analysis of WCO to get the final acid number, AF, and then the reduced composition of the FFA content in WCO. We can determine the percent conversion of FFA using the following equation, this equation. Besides, we also the reusability of the catalyst was tested to determine the catalyst performance. And then now let's move on to the result and discussion of the study. As you can see, the graph show here is the SRD spectra of the prepared zinc oxide photocatalyst. Noted that the zinc oxide photocatalyst was prepared via sol gel method from the previous method. From the graph shown here, zinc oxide photocatalyst exhibit sharp peaks that clearly prove that it was crystalline in structure. It also has a hexagonal Wozak structure stipulated in the SRD spectra with distinguished peak relating to the diffraction planes. And from the calculated Scherer equation, it was determined that the crystallite size of the photocatalyst was 75.95 nanometer. Next up is the findings on the photocatalytic acidification of WCO with different parameter sets. As you can see in the first graph, from graph A, we can obviously see that at 12%.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Irfan.
Oh, there's
We
5
have
minutes more.
another 5 minutes. Yeah.
All right. Okay, thank you. At 12% weight percent catalyst loading, 68.44% of FFA conversion was achieved at 2 hour UV reaction time and 12 to 1 methanol to oil molar ratio. Further increase in catalyst loading, the percent FFA conversion rate does not increase significantly. A sufficient amount of catalyst is needed to increase the active center of the reaction. However, excessive amount of catalyst will promote an increase in viscosity of the reaction system and halting the progress of the reaction, making the acidification reaction complicated. Next, from the graph B, the maximum percent FFA conversion was achieved at the similar 68.44% at 12 to 1 methanol to oil molar ratio. When the ratio of the methanol to oil increased further, the percent FFA conversion began to decrease due to the reversible esterification reaction. And excess methanol is needed to drive the reversible reaction forward to promote conversion rate. As methanol dosage increased, the forward reaction system is inhibited, hence retarded the percent conversion rate, free fatty acid conversion rate. From the graph C, we can see that without UV light irradiation, the percent FFA conversion was below 10%. As compared with the with UV light irradiation, the percent conversion was achieved at maximum within 2 hours. Continuous irradiation would increase the reaction system temperature and was easily to cause a production reaction. Next, from the reusability test graph, we test run 5 cycle of test run was carried out, and we can see that after 5 cycle, the percent conversion slightly decreased and able to maintain conversion rate above 50%. And as of conclusion, we successfully synthesized zinc oxide photocatalyst by Soldier method and utilizing the prepared zinc oxide photocatalyst in reduction of FFA in WCO via UV light irradiation. We concluded that the best parameter for photocatalyzed acidification process by UV light was 12% 12% catalyst loading, 12:1 methanol to oil molar ratio, and 2 hours of UV reaction time. And these are the reference for use for this presentation. And that is all from me. Thank you for your time. And I would like to note that this is an ongoing project. So the characterization of the catalyst is not much done because we are greatly affected by this COVID situation. So we are unable to get the data at the lab. So right now we are currently to waiting for approval to get back to the lab and head on with our research, and hopefully there are much to improve in this project. Thank you.
Thank you, inshallah. Thank you very much, Mr. Irfan, for the presentation. Okay, now let's start with our Q&A session. Okay, this question from
The first
Facebook.
question, what is the acceptable percent conversion in comparison to your works? Currently, the works on percent conversion rate via UV light irradiation currently is new. I'm not saying like entirely new, but it's a big breakthrough for photocatalytic process. So there are few study that achieve similar percentage in conversion, but acceptable percentage is not like they are just reporting that it was able to convert. There are no standard, or there are not much standard that can be produced to acceptable percent conversion. But in conventional, without using photocatalyst, the acceptable percent conversion rate for FFA conversion must be in research. It was suggested that 100 above at 100%, or it will be great if can achieve 100%. But as you can see, there are not much on photocatalyst, so there are much to explore in this field.
Okay, there's another question.
Is there any byproduct as for now? Okay, thank you for the question, Dr. Juan, by Haris. The byproduct for the esterification the byproduct for this reaction system follows the conventional esterification byproduct, which can produce water and biodiesel. Biodiesel is in flame. So from the waste oil, WCO contain a high percent of free fatty acid compared to the triglyceride. So the function of this photocatalyzed acidification reaction system is to reduce to reduce the percent FFA in order to produce more refined film to be able to continue to the next reaction, which is the trans-esterification. So the byproduct, the difference between ester and trans-esterification is esterification process is where an acid group of FFA react with methanol to produce film and water, whereas the trans-ester process where triglyceride react with methanol to produce film and glycerol. Noted that there are two film here, but from esterification film, they are more refined compared to the esterification system. So basically, they follow the same reaction system from the conventional. All right.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Irfan, for the answers and for the wonderful sharing. Okay,
All right. Thank you.
now, okay, thank you. Welcome. Okay, now I would like to invite our second or presenter for today. Okay, Miss Siti Aisyah Binti Rosli graduated from University Technology Mara UITM Shah Alam with a bachelor's degree in physics. Her current major project is the synthesis and characterization of calcium hydroxyapatite prepared from Muar West oyster shells and pure ammonium dihydrogen phosphate at UTHM. Okay, her her presentation today entitled Chemical Composition Analysis of Heat-Treated Waste Oyster Shells Using SRF Technique. Okay, please welcome Miss Aisha.
Thank you, Miss Aisha.
Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Can
clear.
you see my slide?
Yes, clear also.
Okay, Assalamualaikum. Assalamualaikum.
Salam.
My name is Siti Aisyah Binti Rosli. I am a student from University Tun Hussein of Malaysia, and today I would like to present chemical composition analysis of heat-treated waste oyster shells using SRF techniques. Okay, this is the brief introductions to our problem statement. First, according to the Department of Fishery Malaysia, it is reported that in Muar, there are 600 metric tons of oyster shells, and abundance of oyster shell which is rich in calcium natural source are treated as waste. In Malaysia, there are two species named Crassostrea iridulae and Crassostrea batcheri. However, in this study, we choose Crassostrea batcheri due to being consumed as an exotic seafood near Muar River. Okay, in this technique, we use X-ray fluorescence due to in this study, we use X-ray fluorescence because SRF provide fast, non-destructive, and simple require minimum of the sample preparations. In order to recycle this waste, heat treatment process is performed in this study. So therefore, objective is to analyze chemical composition in heat-treated waste oyster shell using SRF techniques. Okay. Waste oyster shell is one of the waste material that contain high calcium carbonate, more than 90%. And calcium content in waste oyster shell can be used in the construction material, hydroxyapatite, high purity calcite powder, cement, and to replace limestone. And the study is reviewed by Yoon, Gafur, Lu, So, and Ha. Oyster shell also can be used to synthesis hydroxyapatite, and hydroxyapatite will be used in biomedical field. And the study is proved by 3 studies here. Okay, for the methodology, we collected our oyster shell, Crassostrea batcheri, from Muar River, and then we clean it with tap water, and then we dry it in oven for 24 hours at 110 degrees Celsius, and then dried oyster shell will be heat treated in the range of 500 and until 1200 degrees Celsius, and then it will be sieved, crushed, kept for dried for analysis. The sample powder will be characterized using Rigaku Super Mini 200 X-ray fluorescent to determine the chemical composition in our waste oyster shell, and then the result will be recorded graphically using Origin software. Okay, in this result and discussion, we will discuss the mass loss during heat treatment process because we wait before and after heat treatment process, and then we'll discuss the calcium content in our waste oyster shell, and then will be compared to our previous study, and then we will discuss the trace element in our waste treated oyster shell to be, is it viable to be synthesized hydroxyapatite. Okay, figure 1 show data on mass loss. As you can see, mass loss of heat-treated waste oyster shell increase with the increasing heat treatment process. And it is associated with the decompositions of calcium carbonate into calcium oxide and release carbon dioxide. Okay, for figure 2, calcium content obtained at various temperature. As we can see, calcium content also increase from 500 to 1200, and I can conclude that our Crassus Tria battery contain high calcium content at 1000, about 99.60% compared to our previous study. Okay, for the figure 3 to figure 7, we're going to discuss the trace element in our Crassus Tria battery. Okay, chloride content show a reduction among the heat treatment process. The chloride is associated with the whiteness of the shell. For the figure 4, ferrous content also show reductions along the heat treatment process. As we can see here, from 500 to 1200 degrees Celsius. Ferrous is one of the marine skeleton properties, so it is necessary to produce hydroxyapatite.
Okay, sorry for interrupt, Miss Aisha. There is another 5 minutes more left.
Okay,
Okay,
thank
thank
you.
you.
Okay, next is figure 5. Figure 5 is phosphorus content, okay, in our Crassus Tria battery. It also shows some reductions from 500 to 1200 degrees Celsius. Phosphorus is important to for us to synthesize hydroxyapatite because our stoichiometry is depend on calcium phosphate at 1.67. And figure 6 is our silica. Silica also shows some reductions along the heat treatment process. Silica is associated with the hardness of the shells, and it is also important to synthesis hydroxyapatite. And lastly, our strontium. Strontium also shows some reductions, okay, from 500 to 1200 degrees Celsius. Strontium is important element to improve our mechanical hydroxyapatite properties. So I would like to conclude that our calcium content in our Crassus Tria battery is quite higher compared to our previous study, and the trace elements show some reduction in amount along the heat treatment process. So in this study, the chemical study in our study are potential in the production of hydroxyapatite. Okay, that's all from me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Miss Aisha. Okay, so now let's move on to our Q&A session for 5 minutes. Okay, there is question from Facebook.
How maturity or characteristic of waste oyster shell will be determined to ensure the high level of calcium content. Characteristic of waste oyster shells is depend on to determine the level calcium of calcium content is not determined to the maturity of waste oyster shell. It's determined to the heat treatment process that we perform. Because I got about at 1000, that our calcium content contain about 99.60%.
Okay, is there another question? Okay, there's another question.
What marine waste shows high content calcium? My study shows calcium at waste oyster shell, but there's another study such as egg shells and other marine shells like bivalve shells, mollusk shells. Show high content. Yes, oyster shell is abundantly available because it is a natural populated in Malaysia.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Miss Aisha, for your presentation and your answers. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So now let's move on to our final invited speaker for this second session. Okay, let me introduce. Our speaker, Dr. Fazira Ilyana Abdul Razak, is a senior lecturer at the Department of Chemistry, Faculty of Science, UTM, one of member of GChem, UTM, and associate member of CSNano, UTM. Her expertise is in organic synthesis and computational chemistry, where her research area involves applying materials in nonlinear optics and biological activities. She is an active organizer and speaker for the computational workshop arranged locally and internationally. Her current major research is the modulation of azobenzene complex for nonlinear optics application. Okay, so her title for today is Computational Design for Molecules Interaction in Biological Activity. Okay, Dr. Fazira, the stage is yours. You may start.
Hello, Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Okay, so my slide is okay. The voice is okay, right?
All right.
Okay, good.
It's all clear.
Okay, Assalamualaikum to everyone. First of all, thank you very much for this invitation from CSNano. So for today, I have 15 minutes to talk about computational design for molecules interaction in biological activity. Okay, so a bit introduction of me, as mentioned by the MC before. So I'm a senior lecturer in UTM, Faculty of Science. All right. So before I go to my to the title, let's have a look a little bit about computational chemistry. So what computational chemistry? We know that we use it to solve the equation of a model or theory for the properties of chemical systems. So basically, we have a theory, and then you want to do simulation, and then you do experimental work after you do simulation. Okay, so in a way, you do simulation to help your experimental work, so that in future, it will help your experimental work. Okay, so computational, why I do or I emphasize on work of computational, there's a lot of benefit in doing computational. First of all, because now we are dealing with this pandemic where we cannot go face to face, or we cannot go to the lab. So this is like a sort of alternative to the wet lab. But we do know that this existed long before this pandemic. Okay, so why? Because we have this parallel computing, we have cheapest hardware nowadays, we have better software, and safer. The method is much more safer than compared when you are doing wet lab, of course. Okay, and most importantly, why? Because you can get information of molecules and reaction that is impossible for you to observe experimentally. Okay, I'll just skip this. So to design calculation in doing computational work, first thing first, you have to understand, or you need to have your aim. Okay, so what do you want to study? Okay, number two, you need to have your theoretical model progression. So you need to know your method. You need to start with the less expensive to the higher cost. Okay, it depends on the basis set that you choose, the method and everything. Okay, number three, chemical representation progression. So how do you want to do how do you want to proceed with the calculation? Okay, so of course you have to start. If you have a large system, you start with a small system first that represent the whole molecules, and you have to know if whether you want to put all of the atoms, or you just want to exclude some of the atoms. And then calculation series progression. Of course, you have to start with geometry optimization. For those who already involved in this computational chemistry, you understand this already. You know that you have to start with geometry optimization, and then you can use that optimized geometry to predict your properties. Okay, number five, sorry. So number five is environment. So it's very important to ensure that either you want to do it in gas phase or solvent phase, because whatever calculation that you want to do, you want to mimic your experimental work. Okay, so some of the experimental work, you do it in solvent phase, right? When you do your NMR, when you do your UV studies, you do it in solvent phase. So you have to know that if you do calculation in gas phase, the accuracy of your result will be different. Okay, so steps of calculation. So how to do your calculation first? Number one, you need to determine your structure. Okay, there's a lot of researchers, or there's a lot of students, or a person who are interested to do calculation. They mentioned to me that they want to do this calculation, blah blah blah. So first thing first, you need to have your structure. It's like when people say no money, no talk. Okay, so for computational, no structure, no talk. So you need to have your structure. After that, you need to do some preliminary or screening calculation. So I need to explain this because some of the students that I have monitored, they are lacking, or they skip this step number two, where this is actually very crucial to prove that your method is actually acceptable for you to do the third step, which is to calculate the desired objective. So I will show this how we do in our work. Okay, so first example of biological activity investigation that I perform. Let's have a look at this. To study new antibacterial agents. So how do we start? So for these computational studies, we divide into two. So we want to calculate HOMO and LUMO, which is the frontier molecular orbitals, and then these results will predict the antibacterial activities. Second step is, or second aim in computational studies, we also want to determine Lipinski's rules of 5 assessment to evaluate the ideal orally active drug molecule, right? So method that we use, the software that we use, number one, GaussView software. We have Gaussian software, and then we use ChemDraw for professional software as well. Okay, so first step in research methodology, you need to have your structure, right? So the first step is your structure. So let's say this is my structure. So I have ligand A, B, C. Okay, and then I combine this ligand A, B, C to perform, to make complex A, complex B, and complex C. Okay, so you have to optimize each of these ligand first, and then optimize for the complexes. So the method for the ligand and the complexes is very, very different. Okay. Okay, so optimize. So optimization, first step, and then you calculate HOMO and LUMO under LAN-L to DZ approach, and then you calculate the HOMO-LUMO, or we call it energy gap, or you call it band gap, or you call it frontier molecular orbital. Okay, all right. Okay, so I have mentioned to you before, you need to have your screening studies. So this is the results for screening studies. Screening studies is very important because when you do a wet lab, you have a concrete result. NMR result, UV results, right? But for computational, you need to prove that your method is correct because your method is varies from HF to DFT to semi-empirical. There's a lot of methods that you can choose. So you have to prove that the method that you choose is actually correct for your system. There's no
Sorry,
there's
Doctor, for interrupt.
sorry.
There is 2 minutes more left.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so this is the percentage deviation for the screening studies where you need to screen your percentage deviation should be within 5% to say that your method is correct. Okay, next you show the antibacterial activities of the results of antibacterial activities using frontal molecular orbital or homotolumo. From here, we determine that the one with the lowest band gap is actually will have a better antibacterial activities. Why? Because it means that it is very active. The electron can easily jump from the lower state to the higher state. So which means that these are a good potential or candidates for antibacterial activities. All right. So this is the Lipinski's rule for these three complexes. So these are our conclusion and recommendation. And there are other studies that we have done, similar studies as well, so like this one. Again, we calculate the band gap, and then these studies by Suhaila as well, where we able to screen or to differentiate or to give to relate experimental and calculation for this one, where we found it has a very good agreement between computational and experimental value, which is very good. Okay, so take home notes. Before I leave, I have to tell you this. For computational, when you choose different choice of methods and basis set, your accuracy will be largely varied. Okay, and it is very important for you to know the errors that associate for each of computational approach. You have to understand why you cannot use this, why you have to use this. Okay, and you cannot always accept the numbers that the computer spits out. You as a person, as a human, need to evaluate and need to understand your results and then go back and have a look. You cannot just accept and say that, okay, this is the correct number, that I should accept it as it is. Okay, so I think that's it from me. My time is up, right?
Yes, Doctor. Okay.
Okay, so
Thank you
that's
very
it from
much
me. Thank you very much
for the informative sharing. Okay, so right now we will move on to the Q&A session for 5 minutes.
Stop screen kan?
Is there any question? Okay, there is one question from Facebook.
Have you ever encountered silver nanoparticle structure? What do you mean encountered? Meaning calculate? We have for, if you mean it's calculate, yes, we have tried few different nanoparticles calculation as well, and silver nanoparticle is one of them as well. Okay, question number 2, what factors influence the choice of basis set? Okay, it's very important question. So it depends on your structure. It depends on what you want to calculate. Okay, so let's say if your structure, you want to determine electron withdrawing or electron donating group in it, or you want to identify if whether polarizability is important in your calculation. So you need to have that specific basis set. Okay, if you have, you just want to calculate, you just want to optimize the geometry, you want to optimize the structure without any electron correlation interaction, or you don't need electron correlation interaction with it, you can go with a simple molecular mechanic. So always it depends on your structure, it depends on your objective. Okay, so that's not one specific answer for that one. Okay. What are the active sites for anti-back when you determine using homolumo calculation? Active site when we determine homolomo calculation, normally we want to determine the conjugation system. So we want to know how effective this. When you change your electron, your substituents, maybe you change from benzene, you want to change to fluoro, you want to change to chlorine. So that is the one thing that we want to we investigate. Okay, so if you change the effectiveness of electron atom to donor in the system, and conjugation, if you prolong the conjugation system, the antibacterial studies will be very different. And also, if you include metal in it as well, also you will have different values. Okay.
Okay, Doctor. Is there any question left? Okay. Okay, thank you, Doctor, for the. Oh, another question. Oh, no, no. Okay. Thank you, Doctor, for your wonderful sharing for today. Okay. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Now we will have a break at this afternoon, and we'll continue back at 2 p.m. While having a break, do visit the post in our Facebook group, BioNanoSem2021. I am pleased to remind all that we also have posters and video presentation competitions. Feel free to drop your questions or comments in the particular post. Okay, thank you everyone for your cooperation in this session. Enjoy your break.
UTM, University Technology Malaysia. Innovative, entrepreneurial, global. A global award-winning university in engineering and technology that coexists in the community to contribute to mankind. We invest in laboratories and facilities, empowering our people to solve life challenges. We nurture innovative minds through research and teaching because innovative minds drive competitive and innovative research culture. Life problems are brought into the labs to test our inventions against imperfections. Our facilities enrich our students' life because conducive environment triggers creative minds. We empower students to be active contributors in the ecosystem. UTHM embraces inclusivity and diversity. Together, making a difference, our entrepreneurial talents continue to improve the quality of life. We reach out to where it matters, the society. Treating water for consumption. Our research products and services have made a difference to many lives. We provide engineering solutions for sustainable development, and our engineering solutions uplift the quality of life and well-being. Our experts are mobilized to affected sites to respond to calls for help. We are proud to serve and make a difference. UTM strives with total commitment to attain excellence in science, technology and engineering for the well-being and prosperity of mankind. UTM, prospering lives. UTM, University Technology Malaysia. Innovative, entrepreneurial, global. A global award-winning university in engineering and technology that coexists in the community to contribute to mankind. We invest in laboratories and facilities, empowering our people to solve life challenges. We nurture innovative minds through research and teaching because innovative minds drive competitive and innovative research culture. Life problems are brought into the labs to test our inventions against imperfections. Our facilities enrich our students' life because conducive environment triggers creative minds. We empower students to be active contributors in the ecosystem. UTM embraces inclusivity and diversity. Together, making a difference, our entrepreneurial talents continue to improve the quality of life. We reach out to where it matters, the society. Treating water for consumption. Our research products and services have made a difference to many lives. We provide engineering solutions for sustainable development, and our engineering solutions uplift the quality of life and well-being. Our experts are mobilized to affected sites to respond to calls for help. We are proud to serve and make a difference. UTM strives with total commitment to attain excellence in science, technology and engineering for the well-being and prosperity of mankind. UTM, prospering lives.